again? What, this again? Oh my god, chat. Here, let me just get rid of this chair. We don't need this today. I'm gonna need to be standing up. I might need to fight. That's what I'm saying. I'm about to do a stream that somebody's gonna hate my guts for, like, permanently, right? Look at this. Look at this infinite regress. This is a nice infinite regress we got going. What do you think, folks? Folks? What am I? Folksy? What am I, Sarah Palin over here? Calling people folks? Oh my god, how is everybody doing? How is everybody doing? So it's been a wild time trying to get the stream together. We were gonna do it yesterday. Maybe it's a good thing that we waited because more stuff has unfolded. More things have gone down. YouTube, let me see if I can bring you back to life. We've had a problem with this for a few days now, right? Where YouTube chat is like, does not want to appear on screen. And all it is just like a broken thing between YouTube and OBS. Oh my god, get back, there we go. I want to see one more time, right? Because we've got a lot of people in YouTube. Hello, YouTube. Don't worry, I can read you, even though you can't see yourself. That's how this works. That is how this works. But I just want to take a look really quick and see if we can get it to load. Without doubling my audio. Oh yeah, smash that like button. Wait, how come we got so many more chatters than we do? Yeah, there we go, there we go. That's what I like to see. I say smash that like button and it goes up. That's beautiful. YouTube, I can see you. Hi Malgrave, hi Joni, hi Zara. Hi Chad. I know the Chinese weather balloon. Look, I was expecting big things from that balloon. I was thinking it was a piñata and that like when it got busted, like all kinds of candy was gonna fall out, but we'll never know because it fell out over the ocean, right? What kind of candy was up in there? What kind of delicious candy was China sending us? I don't know. Like, I feel that this is the problem with US foreign policy, right? This is the problem with US foreign policy, honestly. Okay, so pop that chat out. Grab that right there and see if we can make YouTube chat come back alive again. YouTube chat, no, yes, maybe. What is up? Yeah, so yeah, if you don't know what's going on right now, basically Keffals is imploding and it's not great. It's definitely not great, especially for Keffals right now. But I mean, like, who does she have? Like, so she's complaining about being canceled right now, but who canceled her? Keffals. That's who. Oh my god, Woody Red, thank you for the resubscribe. Thank you for the Prime. I appreciate that. I saw Mr. Beard talking about what Keffals did on Twitter. Hopefully with bigger names calling her out, you won't catch all the backlash. I don't know. I might have this exclusive, right? Luckily, okay, and I gotta give credit where credit is due. Is it No Comment Chick who censors all of Keffals' streams for you to make them watchable on stream? No, it is not No Comment Chick. She does not have that power. That power belongs to one person, and that's Zara Xerix. And I want you to go follow Zara Xerix right now. Can we get a shout out for Zara? Zara, you are amazing, right? I don't think anybody else has this, and that's for a reason. That's because Keffals cannot stop saying slurs. Like, it's like an addiction now. Okay, what is it? Custom browser doc? Yeah, got that. And then open up the Twitch chat, and then open up the YouTube chat. Okay, Phoenix, Steamstar, good to see you. Like I was saying, Destiny Arc confirmed. Yeah, no, this is weird. This is so weird. This is so off-brand. Sup, Furious Gems, sup, Woody Red. Slurstony, yeah, basically. Well, I'm trying to figure out what's going on. Like, does anybody have theories about why Keffals is doing this? So if you don't know, let me just like start from the beginning, because some people don't know at all what's going on, right? Keffals had a stream, not last night, but the night before, okay? Night before last night, Keffals had a stream where she thought it would be a good idea to do an op, right? And now that's a word that usually, like, a place like the fruit farming place, the fruit farming website, you know, the website that Keffals fought to destroy, and it just kept on bouncing back, and it's still there apparently, right? That's the kind of website that talks about ops, right? They'll call these gay ops because they're homophobic. And Keffals started talking about a gay op that she wanted to do, right? And the operation was that, like, he wanted her community, her fans, to create alts on Twitter. And these alts would be Picrews. You know what? Does everybody know what a Picrew is? Does everybody understand a Picrew? Right? A Picrew it's like a avatar generating, like, site that you go to and you say, ooh, I want this hair and I want this, you know, right? These clothes, right? And you can make an avatar for yourself, like, really quick, right? And I guess that, like, the reputation of Picrews is that, like, trans people tend to have Picrews. Yeah, cartoon Abbies. Like, okay, think about She-Ra. If you've ever seen She-Ra, you know how everybody looks in She-Ra that's like the princesses, like not the horde, right? But the princesses, you know how all those people look? That's what a Picrew looks like, right? It's wholesome. It's wholesome. That's all it is, right? And it's a way for somebody to have an avatar of themselves without having their own image on, you know, on their avatar, and that, which is important if you're a trans person, because that we suffer from a lot of harassment. But Keffals decided to kind of like make fun of this, have a go at this, make fake Picrew accounts, right? Because Picrews are more than just being trans people. They're supposed to be trans people that are intersectional and that don't like slurs and that don't like ableism, right? What Keffals would call a genderqueer. That's you know, that's the reputation of Picrew. So Keffals said, if we want to infiltrate the genderqueers, which of course we do, of course we want to infiltrate. We gotta infiltrate the genderqueers. You know why? Because the genderqueers are talking a bunch of shit about Keffals, and nobody's allowed to talk shit about Keffals. All right? There's whole group chats dedicated to making sure that nobody feels safe talking shit about Keffals. Right? They're a little bit busy today. They're a little bit busy. Electric, what is Ruffles doing now? I'm trying to explain that. Yeah, it's hard to explain, but basically an operation. Thank you for the follow, Electric Brain. Meow, meow, meow. Yeah, welcome to the cat cult. So yeah, what is Ruffles doing? What is Keffals doing? What is Scuffles doing? Scuffles is trying to make an op on Picrew users on like, you know, on like trans intersectional leftists, right? Because they deserve it. They need it. They need to be infiltrated, right? They need to be excised, first of all. And in order to excise, Keffals was trying to excise all the people that hate her, right? First, starting with like Black Twitter. We got to excise Black Twitter because one black person got into a beef with Keffals. So therefore, all of Black Twitter needs to be systematically excised from the trans community. It's weird stuff, right? And a lot of what this is just like her doing something that offends people, getting criticism for that, and then overreacting, right? And it's escalated. It's escalated. She doesn't have like a break. She doesn't have an off switch. She doesn't have any way to de-escalate. It's just escalate all the time. And I guess that's been successful for her so far. It feels like that might have peaked though. It feels like that might have peaked. Yeah, she's feeling comfortable with the R slur lately, right? And people talk about this. The R slur, like, is a slur. Sometimes slurs get reclaimed, right? Sometimes if you are the victim of a slur, you can take that slur and make it your own, right? You can make that slur not mean something bad. That's what reclamation is, okay? Right? So if I use the R slur to myself, if I called myself the R slur in a way that implied that it's not bad, that I'm proud of it, right? That's reclamation. What Keffals is doing is a little bit different than reclamation though, right? What Keffals is doing is actually using it as a pejorative. So it's just using the slur. And she doesn't get the difference. She doesn't get what? But I'm neurodivergent, so I can use that. That's my word. Oh my god. Oh my god. Do you not understand the difference? She doesn't. She doesn't, and that's what's sad, right? And a lot of people in that community, I don't even know. I don't want to go too hard on the community because there's people leaving that community right now and they might end up here, right? And, you know, if you ended up here, welcome, hi. I don't hate your guts. There's been a lot of harm done. You might have been part of it. Hopefully now you realize what you got yourself into and you're here for something different, and I'm going to give you something different, but first we're going to have to go over what happened. Yeah, so this is what Keffals did. She did an op. She got her community to, she made a Picrew alt for herself, I think, right? We're talking about the boy wife, at the boy wife on Twitter. Probably some kind of parody of Keffals' former friend whose name is Twink Bride. I'm guessing that's what the reference is. Yeah, we've got the infinite regress going here too, if that's not confusing enough, right? So anyway, yeah, Keffals made the boy wife and told all of her followers to follow this person and to make up alts, to make up Picrews of their own in order to infiltrate the woke skulls, the evil army of Tinder queers, right? They have to be excised. They have to be, you know, they have to be, we wanted them to eat each other, right? And to do that, I'm sorry, I'm talking as Keffals. Why am I doing that? Let's be less confusing. I'm Irene Geller. Hi, I'm not Keffals. So the idea is to sow paranoia amongst the Tinder queers, right? By making alts that are gonna like make fun of them. They're gonna say Keffals is so bad, Keffals is so racist, and then they're gonna say here's why, and it's a ridiculous justification, right? So the first like part of the strategy is parody, right? So we got the parody down, but then we also got the second part, which is paranoia. Now the paranoia comes in when she does this on stream live. She's not trying to hide this. This isn't like a secret thing that she's doing behind closed doors in Discord. No, she's doing this on main. She's doing this on not Twitch, but YouTube, right? She's doing this, you know, as her stream, right? So then people see it and they start to say, okay, so Keffals said that she's gonna make Picrew accounts, you know, make them as diverse as possible, right? Like the perfect example, according to Keffals, is a black butch lesbian. So you should be making like, you know, super diverse Picrew accounts. Super diverse Picrew accounts and like, oh my god, I can't even think right now. What's up, Zeke Skywalker? Looks like the boy wife has been temporarily restricted on Twitter. Well, I mean, like, it seems like what she's doing might fall under Twitter's, like, guidelines of what is harassment, right? It seems like that might be, yeah, that might be like a, you know, that might be a problem, right? So it sounds like the boy wife has been temporarily restricted, right? But yeah, so all these accounts like that of her followers were supposed to make alts, make them with Picrews, make them seem like woke skulls, make them seem like Tinder queers, right? And then they're gonna be confused, right? We're gonna be confused, right? If you're an intersectional leftist, when Keffals says Tinder queer, she means you, right? If you don't like being you know, slurs being used as a pejorative, like the way that she's using the R slur, she means you, right? So yeah, you're supposed to be getting paranoid that every other Picrew that you see, you know, the more diverse, the more paranoid you're gonna get about it is actually a plant, is a you know, a Keffals man pretending to be an intersectional leftist, right? And so we're supposed to distrust each other and eat each other alive. That's the idea. It's not really working out that way though, because she, like I said, she did this on main. People know about this, and it's blown up in her face in so many different ways. Be as diverse as possible to a mostly white audience. Yeah, well, I mean, like, even like, this is the thing. because of some of the beefs that she's gotten into and the way that she's handled those beefs, like there's a shocking lack of diversity in her community, right? If you are yeah, I know, right? Yeah. So I don't even know how to explain this. I feel like I'm going to be accused of exaggerating things. I feel like I'm telling people to do digital blackface during Black History Month. So a lot of people have a problem with this, and we're going to take a look at what Twitter has said. This got outed really quickly, and I mean, the people who care, for the most part, have blocked these accounts. They're pretty easy to detect, but I would warn you that they're... Like, if you just go and block everybody that seems like this, looks like this, right? You might end up, like, blocking some innocent people, right? And I think that's what she's counting on, is that everybody's gonna kind of go hog wild on this, and they're gonna end up, Tinder queer Twitter is gonna end up blocking each other, right? And that's a big W for Keffals. I don't think that's how this is working out, though. It's all bad. I'm more upset that I have students that got me hip to her. I personally thought she could be a powerful voice in a very niche space. Yeah, it's awesome to see, a trans creator blow up like Keffals did. And it's awesome that a lot of what she did that blowing up with was supporting trans rights, bringing attention to the continuing, genocide against us, bringing attention to all the laws that are being passed in red states, and, the politicians who are basically eliminationists, who are bringing attention to the danger that trans people face, right? And that was great. And then there was the Mango Ranchers, right? I'm not going to say the name of the website, right? But it's something to the effect of Mango Ranchers, right? That's kind of the idea. And and she, temporarily took down the Mango Ranch from the Mango Ranchers. It's apparently back up. But I mean, she tried, she did a lot. She put pressure on, oh my God, what with Cloudflare? Yeah. Put pressure on Cloudflare to drop the Mango Ranch. Drop Mango Ranch, you know what I'm talking about? And it did drop. It did for a while go away, right? She did make life very hard for a certain Joshua Moon. So, cheers to Keffals for that, but I mean, since then, she's just been getting into Twitter beefs. One particular Twitter beef she got into with a black trans woman on Twitter has turned into her blockchaining, like, a good portion of Black Twitter, right? In trying to excise this person from the community. It's looking like somebody is gonna get excised here, though. It's looking like somebody is gonna get excised, but it might be Keffals. So yeah, I mean, stuff has really backfired. Her stream last night, she said she's done being an activist. "Quote unquote, I will never do anything to support the trans community ever again," came out of her mouth at one point. It's so sad. Because what people want her to do is to, like, I feel like if she tried just going back to how she started and concentrating on that activism, I feel like, and like, here's the one thing that she's never gonna do, though: apologize, right? This would be the magic thing. This might, if she didn't get the advice from Vosh, which is to never apologize, always double down, right? That's Vosh's belief. That's how he's conducted himself, and that's who's in Keffals' ear, giving her advice when she runs into problems. And she is very much running into problems now. Let me read some chat here. Way to tell on yourself, Keffals. Yeah, I don't really get that. No one owes anyone an explanation for a block. The fact that Keffals and her equally wretched fellow debate streamers act like such shitty human beings and have the gall to be self-righteous is so enraging. What's up, Kilmandra, good to see you. Disney villains at least know they're assholes, except maybe Judge Frollo. Wait, who's Judge Frollo? Keffals, yeah, basically a Disney villain. I'm like reading your chat in like backwards. Picrew's helped me since I struggle with being out NB in the UK. I only know about Picrews because an Avi generation. Oh yeah, thanks to Twitter's. I legit changed my PFP from a Picrew to a Bitmoji. I can't stand these fucking people. Generated profile pictures. Yeah, it's like a really easy way to, you know, generate a It's like a video game creation. You know, like when you create your character in a video game, right? It's like that, but like, you know, with a cartoon, right? And so, you know, if you just want an image to stand for yourself, a Picrew is a pretty easy way to go. And it feels like it's just becoming the subject of ridicule. Unironically, the biggest haters on Picrews are reactionary conservatives, right-wingers, right? But everything about Vash's community, and now everything about Keffals' community, is like a weird, distorted mirror of the right wing transplanted onto the left. It's a really strange phenomenon. She's been calculating up until this point, mostly calling out folks who have bad past or trash reputations. How could anyone hate a cute Picrew, right? Yeah, like a photo avatar, that's a good way of describing it. Midgent, if I'm pronouncing your name correctly. I'm gonna mispronounce everybody's name, and there's a lot of new faces in chat tonight, so if I do mispronounce your name, please let me know. And mods, if you see somebody trying to correct me and I'm ignoring it, you know, you feel free to highlight that text. It seems like her numbers have gone way up since she started the slur arc. Yeah, and she's streaming on YouTube as well. They can stop the balloon, but they can't. They cannot stop the revolution. Wait, let me see if I can get this YouTube chat working. I'm curious. What happens if I do this? Nope. It's still busted. It is still busted. I'm pronouncing it right. Yay. Yay. Okay. Judge Frollo is the villain from... Oh, yeah, I know who you're talking about. Yeah, from Hunchback of Notre Dame. Or, no, sorry. Notre Dame is the college in the United States. Notre Dame is what we're talking about. Notre Dame, the cathedral in France. Esmeralda from that movie was my second lesbian awakening. Nice. She said on her stream last night that she lost almost 10K followers on Twitter. Is that where she's losing followers on Twitter, I'm guessing? Yeah, peace and love to you too, Zeke Skywalker. Well, are we sure she's a leftist? Maybe it's just me, but she's skirting a very interesting line, just saying. You know, there's like a phenomenon that goes on with like online leftists, especially like edgy online leftists, where getting called out can result in people doubling down. And there's only so far you can double down without being, you know, reactionary, especially if what you got called out for in the first place was some reactionary stuff, right? Then you're just gonna go more and more and more reactionary as a result of that. So here, let me turn off this music, because this is kind of too much of a banger here. I think Ruffles is starting a villain arc, her villain arc. Yeah, I mean, that's actually what I'm thinking at Electric Brain. That makes the most sense to me, is that like what this is really representing here is like, so like I was saying last week, Keffals wants to move to YouTube, right? And being on YouTube, doing the kind of, it's like a public heel turn, doing the kind of content that she does, right? Doing the reaction content, doing the drama content, doing all this kind of stuff. It sort of puts you in a certain spot in YouTube. And that spot is occupied by commentary channels like Turkey Tom, right? Now, Turkey Tom, not a fan of Keffals, right? A lot of these commentary channels were making a lot of money, like covering Keffals in a negative sort of way. Keffals is perceived as being on the left. Keffals is perceived as being intersectional. And these commentary channels, they tend to be a little bit more reactionary. They tend to be a little bit more edgy, right? They tend to dislike... They tend to have an aversion towards female streamers, towards trans streamers, right? This is just a tendency, not all of them. Obviously, there's exceptions to this, right? But the territory is kind of staked out. So if she wants to be part of that audience, right, she has to be perceived rather than being like, I am the trans rights streamer. She has to be like, I am the edgy streamer who got canceled by the trans community because I like to say slurs. And they like slurs too. So she went after Bad Bunny a couple of weeks ago. I mean, this is all kind of fitting together towards basically her courting a different kind of audience than what she's got already. She had so much trouble making her YouTube channel grow, right? She had so much trouble finding an audience on YouTube. She was able to find, oh yeah, Kira, I'm sorry. She was able to find a audience on Twitch, right? But she wasn't able to find an audience on YouTube. She had a lot of struggles in building her YouTube channel. So, I mean, my best guess is that she wants to be canceled in order to appeal more to the commentary kind of, edgy, like sort of streamer that loves to say slurs. I think that's what. Let people know Irene is. Oh, thank you. Oh my God, thank you, Buffy Geek, for posting that. Esmeralda from the movie, yeah. YouTube chat. Let me let you know this, okay? I can read you. I can't put you on screen, unfortunately. Yeah, somehow OBS broke its API with YouTube. I don't know what's going on. Can't build a stable, healthy audience on a villain arc, on a fake cancellation identity. Meow, meow. But yeah, just so you know, if you say something in YouTube chat, I'm gonna make sure to read it out. Okay. But yeah, that's what we're dealing with today. And like I said, Zara has been busy this morning. Zara has been taking all of the slurs out of the VOD, right? For me, and I appreciate that so much. But we're still kind of waiting on that stuff to upload because it takes a long time. I think, what do we it was like 200 plus instances of the F slur. I don't know how many instances of the R slur, right? There's a lot of stuff that needs to be cut out. Honestly, like as far as where I'm going with my YouTube, I'm trying not to say, the F word that rhymes with duck, right? So I'm trying, YouTube has really ratcheted up its standards for what is monetizable and what is non-monetizable, right? And so I'm trying to stay on the right side of that so that, at least I can get, paid for my streams. But it looks like Keffals is making that extremely hard. And yeah, I don't even want to mess with, trying to watch a raw Keffals VOD on Twitch. She went to YouTube for a reason. It was, the most F slurs and mostly the F word and less of the F or T slurs this time. Okay, well that's, good for her. I guess, I don't know. But yeah, that's kind of what we're dealing with here, sort of waiting for that to come in. So let's take a look on Twitter. Let's see what happens if I do a Twitter search for Keffals. Okay. So this is an important term, genderqueer. This is the word that Keffals is using to refer to anybody who has a problem with anything that she does. It is like a genderqueer, right? Genderqueer used to be a word that described people like Keffals. This is Pearl the Poster. This apparently this account used to be a friend of Keffals and asked Keffals. Oh my God, I don't remember what the issue was. But this is one of the first people that came to Keffals with criticism, I think in DMs. And it blew up, right? Keffals didn't want to take the criticisms. Keffals didn't want to do anything different. Keffals excised this person from the community. Looks like Keffals is trying to speedrun the Wikipedia list of slurs. I mostly use YouTube for listening to 80s J-pop. Oh my god, wait, so like city pop? Looking up cooking videos now, so a lot better vibes. I can see that. Hey, what's up, Cryptid Mage? Good to see you. Your message got auto-modded? I'm sorry. And I'm sorry if I'm not reading out all of your messages. I'm not used to having this much chat, but yeah, just trust. We can see you on screen, Twitch chat and YouTube chat. I need to figure out some workaround or something like that, because it has not been letting me show YouTube chat on screen in a long time. Okay, so let me finish reading. This is Pearl's post here. Used to be a word that described people like Keffals, queer people who use their queer or otherwise marginalized identity to avoid accountability. Much like the term woke, it's now a word that's been co-opted by right-wingers to mean something completely different. So yeah, woke was part of AAVE, and it generally meant like aware of what is going on in the world, right? The opposite of being asleep, being aware. That's what it meant. It's being aware, like maybe on a social level, right? That's what woke means. And the right-wingers adopted that and turned it into like anything that is not leading you towards a reactionary worldview is woke, right? So anything that's leading you out of the darkness is woke, right? Anything that's leading you out of the dark ages, leading you out of this backwards-oriented reactionary worldview is considered woke. Yeah, genderqueer used to be a word to describe people like Keffals. So yeah, it was basically somebody that was like it's been utterly transformed here. Hey, what's up, V? I'm hanging with Archie, vibing, repenting my sins, and giving praise to the Mothman. To Mothman? It's implying being sensitive is a bad thing, but it's really not necessary. Conservatives are calling a show from the 2001 woke now. Oh my god, yeah. Disability slurs are on a spectrum. Obviously, those in that group can reclaim it. Yeah, and this is what I want to drive home, okay? And this is what Keffals does not seem to get. Reclamation of a slur is not repetition of the slur. It's not use of the slur against other people, right? Because when you're using it as a pejorative, right? Do you understand the difference, right? So like if a slur is going to be a pejorative, right? A slur is not a slur if it doesn't imply this person has this identity and is bad, right? So a slur against gay people, like the F slur, you know, traditionally it's used against this kind of people, and it means that, you know, gay people are bad, right? Or gay men are bad, right? So gay men who reclaim the F slur, they use the F slur to mean themselves, their friends, implying good things, right? That's reclamation. You change the meaning of the word. You fundamentally alter it. You like 180 that slur into being something that you can be proud of. That's reclamation, right? So, but when you use the R slur to mean like person who is neurodivergent and is bad, that's not reclamation. And that's the kind of thing that Keffals is doing with the R slur. Right? I'm not sure about her use of the, you know, the T slur and the F slur. Maybe those are more, you know, there's more of a excuse for those, right? Maybe those are less problematic. She will use her identity as a shield at the drop of a hat. Reclaiming a slur shouldn't result in the slur being applied to people in the group who can't defend themselves or comprehend why you're saying it. Yeah, that's exactly. What's up, Electric Kitty? I love that name, by the way. I know someone that uses the R slur to describe themselves, but would never use it to describe someone else or when people are uncomfortable. Yeah, that's, you know, that's you know, one of the fundamental aspects of reclamation. So this, you know, use of the word queer, you know, this is not a slur. This is describing LGBT people who are often, you know, often it'll describe like an LGBT person who's racist, and they think they think that their shit doesn't stink, right? They're being bigoted towards other identities, but then they're like, but I'm gay, so it's cool. It's just me being edgy. No, it's not. It's you being racist. And it's actually, when you do that within the queer community, you make the queer community less accessible to other identities. You make the, you know, if you're being racist, you're making the queer community less accessible to POC, right? So yeah, it's let's read the official, what is this? The Urban Dictionary. Typically queer white hipster who uses identity politics to avoid accountability. Competitive oppression and self-victimization centralizes themselves in their feelings in social political movements that aren't about them. Yeah, there we go, right? That's like, you know, my LGBT QIA identity is a pass for me to be shitty to other social / political movements that are not about me. That's what I would be if I was a genderqueer. Now, I'm gonna get called a genderqueer for sure, for sure. Any Keffals stands out there that are seeing me say this, I'm definitely a genderqueer in their eyes. I definitely, in fact, I got called one this morning. I'm not gonna show you by who though, because I don't want to like direct any, I don't want to direct any hate their way. I already quote, I already picture retweeted them. That's enough, right? I don't want to like, but yeah, no, they're definitely, you know, seeing anybody that has a problem with Keffals is basically that's their, you know, thing. You're a genderqueer. If I were to call myself the R word, I'm autistic, it would be me reclaiming it. But if I called someone else the R word to be cruel, yeah, exactly. You're using it as a pejorative, right? And you're going to see that that's how Keffals is using the R word. Now, I can't speak to the other slurs, right? Because I haven't, like, I honestly don't really watch Keffals. Like, I haven't watched Keffals in a long time. The only times I've ever watched Keffals recently was during the whole Mango Rancher thing and the Destiny thing. And like, you know, when Keffals was, you know, when Keffals is relevant, I'll watch Keffals on stream. But other than that, I really just do not watch much Keffals. I am disabled. I call myself the C word regularly, but that's a preference. That's not what genderqueer means. How do you get genderqueer from gay racist? Wait a minute. That's not what it means to Keffals, right? But the original meaning of this, like, term, what was, you know, more along the lines of this. This is Pearl the Poster describing the origin of the word genderqueer, despite the way, you know, in contrast to the way that like Keffals is using it, right? Keffals is using it as an intersectional, you know, person with a queer identity that is concerned about intersectionality, and that it's almost the opposite, actually. Yeah, it's weird because like this is the one that I said is not a slur, right? This was a description of a certain kind of person, not a slur, and this is the one that Keffals 180'd. She took the meaning of this and she 180'd it into the opposite direction, right? Rather than being somebody who's, you know, LGBT but not intersectional, which is how it started. Now to Keffals, genderqueer means LGBT and overly concerned about intersectionality. Like not edgy, not ironic, not. I always thought that genderqueer was something referring to prudish teenagers. Well, yeah, I mean, so that, yeah, I mean, to somebody like Keffals, that's, you know, that's what that looks like. Like a kind of insult to queer Zoomers. I've already been called one. It frustrates me when a person who is disabled uses ableist language. A disabled person like myself, I find it very offensive. Look, Dr. Butler, I hate to break it to you, but Keffals is seeking and destroying herself, okay? You can't blame this, like, train wreck on anybody but Keffals, right? Like, this is the consequence of her not taking accountability and doubling down to a point of absurdity. And you're about to see this on the stream as soon as this gets uploaded. We're still kind of waiting for the for the stream itself, but I wanted to kind of look over what's gone on Twitter. These are some of the bigger threads. These are the threads that are trending on the Keffals hashtag. It's especially heinous because these words get turned around on the groups that coined them. Yes, Pearl. That is exactly what happened. Woke came from black people as a way to describe staying alert to the dangers of white supremacy, which are everywhere. It's a big red flag to see white people using words in this way. Okay, so there's one. Let's go down the line. Okay, so some people upset about the R slur. Being disabled and reclaiming language doesn't mean you get to call other disabled people the R slur when you're mad at them. What the fuck is wrong with you, actually? Yeah, I mean, like, if you watched my coverage of Keffals, right, like, the word that I used earlier this year was critical support. I obviously didn't agree with everything that Keffals has said or done, right? Keffals is a, close friend of Vosh. I'm not a fan of that, right? But Keffals was fighting the good fight against the Mango Ranch, right? Against some of the as she called it, the final boss of the internet, right? And that's admirable. She fought against Destiny. She stood up to these people. She's fought with a lot of really bad people. And she's brought attention to a lot of trans issues that weren't getting attention, right? That is how she got big. What she's doing right now is taking everything that she's built and burning it to the ground. The reason that people loved Keffals was because Keffals seemed to be a warrior for trans people. Keffals put herself in danger, for trans people and didn't back down, even when that resulted in real life stuff. Like, right, she got, I don't know what the proper word for it is. I guess it's a form of swatting, right? She had the cops show up to her house and like take her in based on her getting impersonated on an email account. An email account impersonated her and delivered threats. The cops, took her in because of that, right? She got doxxed, her family got messed with, like, right? A lot of really bad things happened to Keffals, and I don't want to, paper over that or downplay that at all, right? But yeah, she's absolutely destroying everything that that people loved her for. Okay, so yeah, being disabled and reclaiming language doesn't mean you get to call other people the R slur when you're mad at them. What the F is wrong with you, actually? So I'm literally disabled, so can you please... Okay, so somebody... Okay, so this is... Oh my god. Do we know who this person is? Maya Arson Kremru? This is, I believe, the person who hacked the no-fly list. Am I right about that? Keffals knew Basti Vosh told her about the tactical slur. Keffals isn't using the term only on herself. She's applying it to ideas and behaviors without changing the reactionary meaning. Exactly. Chat's got this. Like, I'm sitting here trying to explain things to you, but you already understand for the most part. It seems like calling myself cripple or C-punk. I wouldn't use that term to label other people. Yeah, exactly. I hear loads of genderqueer people also talking about how the OG use of it, while describing a legit phenomenon, was still dipping into transphobia. Mothman died for our sins. Okay. I need to look into the Mothman conspiracy, apparently. I don't know enough about this. I know, okay, yeah. Just making sure I'm reading YouTube chat, right? Like I said, YouTube chat, I can see what you're saying. I am unable to put it on the screen, though, because of a breakdown in OBS and YouTube talking to each other. So they're not on speaking terms right now, right? And I want to say something too, okay? So I know that a lot of the people that are, like, Keffals fans, and a lot of the people that supported Keffals initially, you don't want to see what you supported go down in flames like this. And I want to make this point real clear. It doesn't have to, okay? Keffals is not our movement. Keffals has never been our movement. Keffals embodied what we were all thinking and feeling, and what a lot of us wish we could say, wish we could do, right? For a period of time. But you can't say that anymore. That's not what's going on, right? Don't let the movement die. And understand that the movement isn't Keffals, the movement isn't me, the movement isn't anybody that you see on your computer screen. It's you, okay? It's here, okay? Hold that, okay? Hold that fire. I mean, hold that fire, not like hold fire, but like, you know, like hold that flame in your heart and keep that alive, okay? Because it doesn't have to die, and like, you know, leaders come and go, okay? And I'm going to acknowledge that Keffals was a leader for the trans community for a period of time. No longer. All right? No longer. Because you can't lead an intersectional community when what you're doing is pushing us apart and breaking down our solidarity with other groups. In order to win, in order to face the genocidal forces, the genocidal reactionary forces that are threatening us all, we need to hang together. We need to care about each other. We need to get ourselves out of this fucking irony poison bullshit, okay? And like, I mean, I don't want to dwell on this too much. This is like all over, you know, Twitter. This is all over the place. This is all anybody's talking about, right? But I want to be able to move on from this, okay? It's really important to me that we move on from this. Mothman is a deep dive for a special day for sure. Maya is a tender queer defender. Keffals has always been an edge queen. Maya is... what now? Maya is a star, one of the seven sisters, the Pleiades. These are stars that were given like a personification as the muses on Parnassus. Parnassus is where, you know, all inspiration comes from. So if you're a musician, you're a writer, whatever, you know, you were thought to like, you hear the voice of the muse from Mount Parnassus and you create something, right? So that's who Maya is. But we're talking about a Twitter account, right? We're talking about Maya Arson, Krimmu. I don't feel much sympathy for Keffals. She is pretty much a clout farmer through manufactured drama. I let the KWF thing get to her. Yeah, she let the KWF thing get to her head or something. Yeah, wow. Yeah, she definitely got embarrassed by Bad Empanada. But yeah, this is Maya Arson Krimmu, and I understand that this is they're a hacktivist, right? Am I right about that? And a pretty big account too. This thread actually got... wait, is this the right thread? Okay, I can't click on this, right? Because it's a picture. Tweet has been deleted. So this Keffals tweet got deleted. Okay, this is the clip being referenced, by the way. It's incredibly easy to just admit you were being a dick in the moment. Look at this. So this is not somebody that's like, hey, let's cancel Keffals. She's gone. No, like there's no coming back from this. This is somebody saying it's incredibly easy to just admit you were being a dick in the moment, right? This is somebody that wants Keffals to do the right thing. So much of the characterization of these, you know, the anti-Keffals people is that there is nothing that Keffals can do to please them. All this person's asking is for an apology, though. You know, like, and then there's other people that are just asking that maybe don't use slurs as pejorative, right? Understand the difference between reclamation and just being a dick. Oh yeah, this person's name is Dr. Dickhead, ironically enough, so... So this is Keffals debating a disabled person before hanging up and calling them the R-slur. I guess we can't watch that because that's probably got a, like, it's got a, you know, content warning there. Oh my god! Young Black Economist, thank you! Thank you for the 5 community gift subs. Meow, meow, meow. Potabogus, you just got a sub. Farinvul, you just got a sub. Let me get my coffee while these subs are going off. Like, I'm not really taking care of myself here. because I've been a little bit preoccupied trying to be like her new circle of friends, only getting exposed for shitty things she instigates more carelessly now. Starry VR, you just got a sub. Yeah, thank you so much, Young Black Economist, for these 5 community subs. This helps me out immensely. Oh my god, I can't even see your name. Is it Maple Takes? Maple Takes. Thank you, or not thank you, but like, you know, thank Young Black Economist for your gift sub. So yeah, if you're getting those gift subs, that's like a really good thing. Let me just let you know what that's all about, okay? Oh my god, Contact Vamps giving a gift sub to Furious Gems out there. Okay, so the reason that these are important is because Twitch makes me run ads not once an hour, but twice an hour now. And that really sucks, but it's the only way that we get rid of the pre-roll ads. What are the pre-roll ads? Those are those really nasty long ads that happen when you come right in here. So I want to make it so that anybody coming in doesn't automatically get an ad served to them. You shouldn't be getting those ads served to you, but you are going to be subject to that half an hour ad break, those 2 ad breaks during every hour, right? And if you get a gift sub, and that just happens from like talking, then somebody notices you, then you all of a sudden you're getting a gift sub, right? Another way to do that is if you've got Amazon Prime. If you've got Amazon Prime, you are able to hook that up to Twitch. You are able to use that for a free sub to any streamer of your choice. And if you really want to get out of the ads here, then you know you could park it right here, and I would be happy with that. The other way that you could deal, oh my god, we have a hype train going. The hype train is now going. Jules, you just gave Foxy Savu a gift sub. Okay, so yeah, the hype trade is here. You have a limited time to earn exclusive emotes. So if anybody else has wants to either you want to sub up yourself, yeah, that's the other way. Is you can pay $5 for a sub for yourself and get yourself out of those ad breaks. So any of those ways work, and all of that stuff helps me out immensely, both in terms of me having enough money to be able to dedicate this much time to doing this research and going over these things. Buffy Geek, oh my god, thank you. Electric Brain, you just got a gift sub, right? So yeah, this, you know, helps me out immensely, keeps me from having to do other things for money as much, you know, not in total, but you know, kind of keeps me here more, right? And the other thing that it does is I think it boosts me in the algorithm. So right, you know, if you want maybe some of these non-intersectional trans streamers to get replaced by intersectional trans streamers, that helps me out too immensely, right? Yeah, thank you everybody contributing to the hype train. Hard to take a lot of the critique seriously when you see slurs being used to slam Keffals for using slurs. Hey, I mean, good call out, BB. If anybody's using that, using slurs to slam Keffals, that's wrong too. That's wrong too. But I don't think it excuses anything that Keffals is doing. Vosh is also a fan of using the R slur. Yo, they've really got it started. Like for a while, the debate bozos the debate perverts, as Keffals used to call them before she joined them, right? They were off the R slur. They didn't use it. They thought it was more trouble than it was worth because they got so much pushback whenever they'd use the R slur. But I mean, they're back on their bullshit again, and it's just kind of like a, you know, all it takes is one person, you know, getting it started to kind of sub goal met. Oh my god, we got 81. Oh my god. Aliyah Bogwash. Zara Xerox just gave you... Oh my god, Zara! Thank you! Thank you so much! Oh my god, hype indeed! Hype indeed, damn! We got the hype train running today. Let me catch up on your chats here while we're... Like I said, we are approaching being able to watch the Keffals stream on Twitch. I'm probably one of the only channels to do this. Not because I'm so brave, but actually because Zara Xerox, who's currently giving out gift subs in my chat, thank you so much, also took the time out of her Sunday morning in order to edit these. Contact Vamps, gift sub to smartest man in the world. Smartest man, I bet you feel smart now because you just got a free gift sub. That's pretty smart. That's pretty smart. See, you hung out in chat, you talked, and you got noticed, and hence you got a gift sub. So yeah, even if you don't have money, even if you don't have Amazon Prime, you can still get out of the ad break. And thank you to everybody giving gift subs, because that's you pulling somebody else out of that ad break, which, you know, really sucks. And I hate that we have to have ads. Just so you understand, I don't make like any money at all from ads on Twitch, and I would rather not have them, but they sort of force us, right? You just got home. Yeah, welcome, M Dragon. So what is the difference between a woke scold? Oh, between a genderqueer and a woke scold? Anybody want to take a shot at that? I think that genderqueer specifically refers to an LGBTQIA person, whereas woke scold could be, you know, anybody. But it is kind of the same idea. They are almost interchangeable in the way that they use them, except for, you know, how it what it says towards your identity. Oh my God, Zara's Derek's another gift sub. Thank you, Natalie Marie. Natalie Marie, you just got a gift sub. Meow. This hype train is seriously, it's like 87% to level 5. Is that going to be on level 5 after this? They're gamifying gift subs. I guess that's Twitch's thing, and I should be happy about that because it means that I might have I might be okay. It meant being overly prude, about to beat the last record. Oh my God, Cryptid Mage giving Nikki Bex. Nikki Bex got a gift sub from Cryptid Mage. Thank you, Cryptid Mage. RIP monetization. Wait, did I do that? I probably ruined monetization. Etymology doesn't make sense. If you're gay, toxic, racist, why would it be genderqueer? Because you're gonna turn around with that gay you're gonna turn around with that toxic racism, and you're gonna say, "But I'm gay, so it's okay. It's okay because I'm gay. Look at my identity," right? Like, now this is a right-wing understanding of intersectionality, and what that is that right-wingers think that being marginalized gets you an immunity idol, right? So that I can say I am trans, and therefore I get to say this racial slur. I get to say that, you know, slur, right? Because I'm trans, so I can't possibly be like racist or anything else because I am marginalized, right? You know, like that's not actually the idea though. They're totally like they've totally got it wrong, right? This is what the right wing thinks of the left. They think that every bit of marginalization you have is like a badge, and you can use that badge to deflect criticism. So you could do bad stuff, and you can never be wrong. That's how the right wing sees the left. That's how the right wing sees intersectionality, right? That's not how we see it, because we understand that, you know, being marginalized means you're freaking marginalized, right? Means that when people look at you, they're holding you to a standard that they don't hold other people to. They're automatically prejudiced towards you. They're automatically seeing you as the stereotype of your identity, right? That's what being marginalized really means. But right-wingers seem to think that it is some kind of immunity badge, right? And therefore, like, you know, a black person can't be homophobic, a gay person can't be racist, you know, et cetera, et cetera. And so that's what the yeah, I get it that it's a complicated etymology, but I'm telling you the truth here. It is a word which has changed meaning. Keffals' definition is more sensible. Well, Keffals is attacking my community right now, so, you know, I don't really care about. You're defending her based on like, but her definition is quite sensible. I don't think there's anything sensible about what Keffals is doing right now. This is career destruction that she's engaged in, and community destruction too. Like, right, we all lose. Like, there's nothing good about this. I remember when doubling down was considered a red flag. You're behind. Okay, yeah, you just joined. So for anybody just joining us, we were talking about Keffals today. We were going over a stream that Keffals had where she decided that it would be great if her community were to infiltrate genderqueer Twitter, right? To all get Picrews, because apparently all the genderqueers have Picrews, right? A Picrew avatar, right? And then create accounts that's like, I am a small bean, look at me, you know, like, please use tone indicators, ooh, 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 right? That's what a genderqueer is supposed to be, right? Somebody that's like plays small bean, but they're really toxic. And she wants to, you know, infiltrate genderqueers. In reality, what Keffals is using this to mean is to mean an intersectional leftist. So she's creating a pejorative for being intersectional. She's creating a pejorative around having solidarity in order to give herself a pass, for the abuse that she's enacting on the rest of the community right now, right? And it's a sad thing to see somebody that's done so much good turn to harm and doubling down. So that's what we're looking at right now. So yeah, there was this effort to create an army of alts on Twitter to cause problems, stir up paranoia amongst intersectional leftists, and that like anybody with a Picrew, anybody, you know, like who appeared to be an intersectional leftist could actually be one of these toxic troll accounts that are trying to get us to fight each other. And that was Keffals' way of dealing with criticism, right? So there's different ways of dealing with criticism. Probably the simplest way is to look at it and see if you have anything to apologize for, right? And for a lot of these people, including Dr. Dickhead here, despite being named Dr. Dickhead, apparently is just looking for an apology. It's incredibly easy just to admit you're being a dick in the moment. Your disability doesn't exempt you from being awful to other people, right? And so that's why they're saying that it kind of fits the term genderqueer, like in its original usage, sort of fits what Keffals is doing more than the people that she's criticizing. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Level 4 hype train emotes are obtained. Thank you, everybody who donated. Thank you, everybody who gave a sub, and so many of you now are saved from that ad break, which, you know, I hate the ad break. Keffals, more like Keffals, but wow, that was amazing. But yeah, look at that. We earned emotes. Oh my god, I don't even know how this stuff on Twitch works. Yeah, Hype Wave, we got Hype Reading, Hype Cry, all kinds of hype emotes. We got Hype Shock, Hype Stress, so many emotes, right? But yeah, I mean, like, I hate to see this happening. I would love it if Keffals wasn't doubling down. I would love it if she would go back to the content that made people love her as a streamer in the first place, right? Brianna Wu tweeted in support of Keffals. Not super surprising, though. I do not agree with Keffals' definition, says Buffy Geek. Yeah, she was swatted. True. Yeah, like, and I'm not, I want to be, you know, clear on this, right? Keffals has done some good. Keffals has, you know, raised a lot of money. Keffals has fought some really bad people. And it really sucks that just what, like, this all started with from my understanding, like, a lot of this started with a beef that she had with a black trans woman on Twitter, and a person who she she pledged to excise this person from the community. And it's looking like that sort of doubling down, that sort of toxicity is, you know, if anybody's getting excised from the community, it's Keffals here. Okay, so yeah, more people, sadly a pattern now. Like, this is all in the thread. Okay, so that's the Dr. Dickhead thread. What is next? Okay, so this one we can actually watch. Watching everyone unfollow Keffals. I don't know how many people are unfollowing Keffals, but
So long, idiot. Oh, what took you so long, idiot? Oh, what took you so long, idiot?
okay, yeah, sensitive media, that's a sign that I probably shouldn't look at that. We're still waiting. We've got the actual VOD that Keffals did, where all this came from. So, you know, if I got anything wrong, we'll look at the VOD and see what really happened. Watch as much of it as we can. And again, this is all thanks to Zara Zarek. Zara has taken the time to kind of go through here. Oh, look at that. There's my thread, right? Okay, I don't want to look through that because there's, yeah, like I said, the person that called me a genderqueer, I'm not trying. Neocat, thank you for the follow. Meow. Tanner Martin, yeah, I'm glad everything got resolved too. Yeah, if you don't know, I was banned for a hot second there last week, right, for covering the Project Veritas stuff, right? The James O'Keefe thing where they were trying to, you know, do some weird anti-vax op on people. And I called attention to it. I pushed back on it, and I was the one to get the ban for that. But YouTube has corrected their error and apologized to me. Sarah is absolutely a legend. Yeah, we are so thankful to be able to watch. I don't think anybody else on Twitch is going to get to watch this. All right, she got the no. Yeah, this is okay. So yeah, Frog Powered Train here is talking about the no fly list that Maya Cremu got the hacktivist, right? And also somebody who made a pretty big thread. Okay, so here's the next one. Okay, so when I say genderqueer is just what they call neurodivergent non-binary people they don't like, it's good to have Keffals straight up prove it by showing us exactly what she thinks genderqueers look like. Okay, so this is the boy wife. Now, I don't know this for sure, but I have it on a pretty good word that this is a Keffals alt. The boy wife is a Keffals alt. She made this up to show her community what does a genderqueer look like. It looks like this, right? So that's a Picrew. I'm sure you've seen these avatars around. That is a Steven Universe background, right? So yeah, that's another sign that you might be a genderqueer if you have a Steven Universe. You have Steven Universe stuff in your profile. 26 neurodivergent. ASD, programmer by day, boy wife by night. Use tone indicators or I block. Minors DNA. She, her, Caesar, ooh woo. Yeah. So, I mean, this is Keffals kind of making fun of trans people, or, I mean, I guess to be charitable, I could say a certain kind of trans person that she feels are her natural enemies, I guess, right? So let's take a look in here. And again, I don't really know any of these accounts. Like I said, there are accounts out there that are Keffals fans trying to seem like they are criticizing Keffals in order to make Keffals critics look ridiculous. So, you know, if I accidentally show you one of those, I apologize. Just like the way that you know, though, right? That like, so if we wanted to look at this person and decide, you know, if they might be one of these alts, we would look down here and see that they have joined in September of 2020, right? So this account has been kicking for a long time. It's got, you know, 5,000 followers. If you look through here, if you see anything that looks like parody, then maybe you're dealing with a parody account. Maybe you're dealing with a troll account. Nothing here really looks like that, right? So maybe, you know, a legit account here, right? Anyway. Oh, here it is. Okay. So this is what I'm talking about. This was the smoking gun moment here.
And enter. Oh, this is gonna be great. You just got here. We spreading.
Okay, so Keffals is here looking at the boy wife account. So the account that we just looked at, right? That she said was an example of what a genderqueer looked like, right? Boy wife is saying Picrew's a symbol, right?
This info. Yeah, I'm doing gay ops on genderqueers by.
Gay ops on genderqueers. So like I said, gay ops is a word that's usually used by harassment sites. Yeah? Because they're homophobic. Now, Keffals, I'm going to, you know, give her the benefit of the doubt and say that, you know, she's not being homophobic. She's just using the word that was kind of established on these kind of sites to describe what she wants to do. A gay up on genderqueers. All right. I'm encouraging my followers to make Picrew accounts and infiltrate genderqueer Twitter. Because once they catch wind of the plan that we're using Picrews to infiltrate genderqueer Twitter, they're going to all become incredibly suspicious of Picrews and they will eat each other alive. Okay, so do you see the goal? So before you go to your Twitter account and block everybody with a Picrew, understand that that's kind of what she's looking for, right? When I looked at that account to see if it was legit, I looked for the time it was created. I looked for, you know, how many followers it had, kind of established that it had a history. There's a few other things you can look at to, right? Look at, like, you know, who's following it. If you see other, you know, obvious parody Picrews following it, there's a good chance you're dealing with one of these accounts. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'm not suggesting that you unfollow anybody, right? Because there's likely to be There's likely to be friendly fire in that. There's likely to be unintended, blockings of people who didn't do anything wrong, because the goal of this op is to get people suspicious of one another. Get people that when they look at somebody with a Picrew, when they look at somebody that looks like a tenderqueer or whatever she thinks a tenderqueer is, right, that they're going to be suspicious. They're going to maybe block, right? They're going to maybe be unkind, right? This is an attempt to sow paranoia, essentially.
Does it matter which pick crew? No, just use a random one. But the more diverse, the better. Like, make it like a black butch lesbian with like, I don't know. This is gonna be.
The more diverse, the better, right? So like, yeah, this is like I don't know what to say other than this isn't targeting any one person, but it's like targeting a group of people, and it's preferentially targeting like I mean, you heard what she said, and a lot of people have a problem with the fact that she's encouraging her followers to do digital blackface, right? To create accounts pretending to be POC when they're white. So yeah, I mean, like, this is why people have a problem, right? This is not for nothing. This is not some kind of cancel mob that, crazed cancel mob that has arisen from nowhere that just like cannot stand to see a trans woman be successful. This is what people are reacting to, right? This is what's caused this, right? Would a tenderqueer say neurodivergent and ASD? Wait. No one better dare say I'm wrong about this when Keffals is out there showing exactly what she thinks an average tenderqueer is. She can LARP as for a week until she gets bored. Oh, and would a tenderqueer say neurodivergent and ASD? Like, if you're neurodivergent, you'd probably say autistic. ASD is a medicalized term. And so, in other words, what this person's pointing out is that, like, there are ways, to tell somebody LARPing as a marginalized person from an actual marginalized person, right? Please use tone indicators. This is ableist. Oh my god. I'm not even gonna read this, but yeah, this is bad stuff. This is really this is really unfortunate that things have panned out this way. And like I said, I'm showing you accounts that are on the Keffals hashtag posting about this. I can't vouch for any of these accounts, okay? So I'm not going to be the ultimate arbiter of this. Let's take a look at the boy wife. Oh wait, is this like completely taken down then? Yeah, it looks like. Oh wait, this is the only thing that shows up for the boy wife. So like, I do want to give you like some ideas of how to kind of avoid these accounts that Keffals followers have created, to not get fooled by them. Okay, so here's her but yeah, apparently the main account has gotten taken down. Damn it! Like, if I find one of the parody accounts, I'll kind of show you what to look for. Okay, how about that? Oh my god, I'm so far behind chat. Holy fucking bingle. Maya Arson is a cool trans lesbian hacker. Keffals was attacking Maya on her stream last night. I forgot. Well, Maya lit her the fuck up. Maya absolutely, lit her up with a banger tweet, right? I forgot exactly what she said, but it wasn't nice. We're not going to watch last night's stream, but we are going to watch the stream from the night before. Wait, let me scroll down here. Keffals also claimed on her stream last night that this was all one big 5-head move to purge the Tinder queers from her community. I mean, like, congratulations. You probably did that. Oh my god. At the top of the hour, there's an ad break. Wait, no, wrong stream. Yeah, correct. I wish I knew when my ad break was. Otherwise, I'd like warn you. And do what Hassan does. Sub rolls are really annoying. You get 2 seconds of the stream and then bam, ads. Yeah, the pre-rolls, they suck. We hit 50 viewers. Congratulations. Hey, look, y'all have gotten me back to past where I was when the debate lords attacked me, right? So I used to be a streamer of between 70 to 100 concurrent viewers on Twitch, and then I got attacked, and then I got lied about, and then we just all kinds of bad stuff. My stream was just was constantly getting hate rated, right? And I shrank during that time to an incredibly small size. Now it looks like we've kind of got over 2 platforms, over YouTube and Twitch. We are reaching or exceeding those numbers that I was at before. So hey, Debate Bros taketh away, and Debate Bros giveth. Thank you. And fuck you. Both of those, right? Keffals is relying on that. She's relying on genuine criticism being mixed in with bigots that already hate her. It's because it's unfortunately still more or less completely socially acceptable. True. Yeah. You'll get called out for calling somebody on ableist more than on being ableist more than you'll get called out for being ableist, right? And if we really want to get down to it, there's a lot of words that are just baked into our lexicon, baked into our common parlance that are ableist. I don't tend to call people out for using words that are normalized, but I do call myself out for that. And when I do use those, I try to take note and not do it again, right? Because I don't want to be ableist. I want to be I want to have a community that's feels safe for everybody. So dodge again? Damn, I'm so sneaky. I don't care to find out. I hate how lots of posts condemning Keffals. I see Destiny's fans posting his manifesto as though people calling her out now don't think that Destiny is a ghoul. Yeah. Hey, what's up, Cascadian Pixie? I used to really enjoy Keffals' content, and she did. I enjoyed, what she did. I enjoyed the fact that she was so successful with fundraising and, with bringing attention to that harassment site and temporarily getting it taken down, right? I was a big fan. I was always critical support, right? Because I knew there were problems with Keffals, but support nonetheless. It seems that all she wants to do now is spark controversy and shit on people. It's really disheartening. Woke scolds indeed. Basically, yeah, it's like a subcategory of woke scold. That's a good way to think of Tinder queer. Super reactionary, right? The right hyperfixate on the 3 weirdos who unironically believe that they portray the entire community that way. I just wish people could be nice to each other except for bigots. Conservatives always just put building strawman on their resumes. They seem to specialize in it. Meow, meow. Okay, so that Kimberly Crenshaw has had to write a follow-up book because too many people were using the word intersectionality incorrectly. Yeah, there's a lot of misunderstanding around intersectionality. Hassan says woke scold sometimes too, but 95% of the time he says radlib. Look how Finster responded to the criticism of poly people. So there's a great example. There's a great counterexample, right? These people will tell you that there's literally nothing that they can do, that just by the nature of them being successful or something like that, that they're going to get called out and that there's no comeback. There's no possibility that apologizing will just get them, dogpiled harder. And it's absolutely not true. Apologizing will get a lot of people back on your side. Not everybody, because some people are going to be hurt and they're going to stay hurt, right? And that's their right. And that's why you should, try not to hurt people in your community. I don't know how hard this is to say. Brianna Wu is a Keffals and Vosh stan. Oh wait, Brianna Wu. Why was I thinking of Brianna Joy Gray? Brianna Wu is who we're talking about. Yeah, I think I covered both of them recently. Keffals also posted a YouTube short of her and her chat invading a Twitter space with all their newly made Picrews. Was this the tanky? And they invaded like a tanky space or something. 11K have unfollowed her on Twitter in the last 30 days. That is amazing. The way canceled is used now, it really shows the entitlement of people who do entertainment and it's a job. That's exactly right. Like, I'm not entitled to any of your follows, to any of your subs, to any of you watching the stream, right? It's all contingent about like what I bring to you, what I bring to the table, you know, how welcome you feel in my community. And, you know, I understand if somebody wants to say that I'm doing something that makes them feel not welcome, I'll try to listen to them. But yeah, if I, you know, if I create a space that is uncomfortable for you, you know, I have no entitlement to you staying, right? If audiences back out, it becomes a social problem. Wait, if audiences back out? Oh, according to Socially, I see. That's where you got the 11K unfollowers on Twitter. Let me read a little bit of negative 2.3 YouTube in the last 30 days. Damn. Okay, I am not trying to like post Keffals else, right? Like, Crime Mew. Oh my God, Crime Mew. I'm misspelled. I said Crimew. It's Crime Mew. I'm so sorry. Maria Crime Mew. Okay. There is an absolute goddess for the work that she's done on this VOD. Thank you so much. Absolutely. Meow, 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 meow. Check my DMs. Oh my God, it looks like we're approaching that time where we're gonna watch the Keffals VOD. So Keffals hates trans people that think they have the gall to criticize her or her friends. I can never tell when Keffals is joking or serious. Everything she says is in the same tone. Yeah, this is the problem. It's like, these are like alt-right tactics. These are like, you know, mango tactics. Oh my God. I feel like I've left so much of chat unread. Who attacked me? Oh, what was I talking? I think I was talking about the debate bros. This was a long time ago, and I'm not trying to relive it or anything like that. But yeah, I called out a certain debate streamer on just asking him basically, hey, when you're, you know, if you're gonna have a transphobe on a debate panel, can you just at least not let them gish gallop? Gish galloping is when you go off really fast and say, like, instead of just making like 2 or 3 points, you're making like 7, 10, 15 points, right? And that makes it impossible for your debate opponent to push back on all of them. So when a transphobe does that with transphobic tropes, then you're kind of left with tropes that don't get pushed back on. That was my concern. And just raising this concern with this debate streamer got me attacked and harassed, and all the rest is history. But yeah, we'll do an NCC lore stream one of these days if people are interested. I want to get to Zara's video that she's been working on hard all morning. Let's fucking go, indeed. Let's go. The Picrew invasion.
Up. Hello, everyone. Yesterday's stream, huh? Wild. Jesus. Mint Buttplug, thank you for the tier 1, and Lotta, thank you for gifting 2 people a sub.
So I think that the yesterday, so like just to orient us, and correct me if I'm wrong, Zara, this was not last night's stream, but this was the stream from the night before. Now, technically, you know, like, right, the midnight turns to the next day. I'm not counting that. I'm talking about like last night and the night before. I don't know if it started after midnight or what, right? So like, if we want to be technical about it, I'm just trying to give you like how many nights ago this was, right? The night before that was a stream where Keffals joined a Twitter space with a bunch of transphobes and I think 3 pro-trans streamers, and they debated the transphobes, right? It was this giant you know, Twitter group, just Buck Angel, all these horrible turfs and stuff like that. And Keffals joined that stream and debated against those people. A lot of people had a problem with that, in that, you know, that she's being sort of like feeding them, right? They want trans people to push back against. They need trans people to push back against. If they don't have trans people, if they don't have trans advocates, it's just a circle jerk, right? And although some people think that those circle jerks are somewhat, it's weird how this works, right? Because the same people that say that leftist circle jerks are not effective and that we need to be pushing back against the right wing for the left wing will say that the right wing having a circle jerk is beneficial to the right. So don't look for consistency because there is none.
Much appreciated.
Asterisk tier 1 asterisk subscription.
How's the dentist? It was good. I'm getting my teeth fixed up. I'm kind of exhausted, but I decided to go live anyway. I'm gonna go over why everyone
Leftists don't have circle jerks. We have circular firing spots.
Incredibly mad at me. However, I don't care.
Okay, so the wild stream that she's referring to, I think, is the Buck Angel stream, right? I think that's what she means by that, right? Kira made a good point about this. Keffals looks good compared to TERFs and Nazis. Same thing with Vosh. That's Vosh's strategy too, right? That's why she wants to talk to them. Exactly. Well, she can portray herself as a hero, right? She can portray herself as in a heroic light that way. I saw the Twitter Space Brigade, and it was funny. Do you mean the one? Do you mean not the debate? You mean the brigading of? Yeah, I have no idea about that.
Because people who are mad at me are ontologically.
Oh yeah, definitely.
I think that
definitely smash that like button, YouTube.
They should learn to accept that. Quite frankly.
Okay, so yeah, I know what she said there. Yeah, some of these things are going to be hard to see or hard to hear, right? But what Keffel said is that these people are ontologically r-slurred, right? That's what we're kind of missing.
Why would I put myself through that panel? I gave Chad an ultimatum, like before the panel started. Before the panel started, I said, "Look, chat, I don't want to do this. So if you donate, I will do it. Otherwise, I'm going to bed." And then I think I got like a $200 dono, and I was like, "All right, it.
Okay, so yeah, this is definitely what we're thinking. That she's talking about when she's saying the wild stream the night before. She's talking about the Twitter Space. That's what she means by the panel.
Oh yeah, I said I would get canceled, and guess what? I got canceled. Yeah, no, I hate the trans community a lot. I think the trans community on Twitter is toxic as and quite frankly, I think that they should be bullied. I think that they deserve to be bullied. This is the conclusion that I've come to. How am I canceled? I'll show you everything.
The weird thing about this whole cancellation dialogue, like who's canceled, the cancellation Discord, who's canceled and who's not, right, is if you use it unironically, then it's like the only people that are canceled, the only people that lose their platforms are the people who've done like really, really bad stuff, right? Like, you know, crossed like boundaries of other people's autonomy and stuff like that, right? And so is that like, are we going to call that canceled? Because most people would just say, no, that is a legitimately like shitty person and nobody should like listen to what they have to say, right? But it's weird. So like the people that actually fit the bill of being canceled, being silenced, being, you know, being shut up are the people that that most people agree, like, you know, should be shut up. The exception to this, though, is people like on the intersectional left, right? When you get dogpiled by a Keffals, when you get lied about by a Keffals, when you get lied about by a Vosh, when you get lied about by a Xander Hall or Dylan Burns, right? You want to look at somebody who got canceled? Look at Professor Flowers. And that's never the way that we use it, right? Because the cancellation meme comes from the right, comes from right-wingers who did something legitimately wrong and are sad because they are held accountable in some way, to usually a very small degree, right? But in actuality, the real victims of cancel culture are marginalized people. The only thing that matches the description of cancellation, it being like unfair, it being total, it's silencing your voice, that's what happens to marginalized people. That's what happens to trans people who speak up for trans people. That's what happens to gay people who speak up for gay people, black people who speak up for black people, right? You can find some people who have been, canceled, sometimes in a way that's, you have to understand Keffals didn't want to do this, but her chatter donated $200 and she was like, dang, I guess I gotta go. Well, no, wait, the $200 was not to do this op, right? The $200 was to debate Buck Angel and the rest of those transphobes, right? Was to go on that panel. That's what she didn't want to do. And that's what she ended up doing because as soon as she put it out there, somebody was like, $200, right?
I see the Picrew tenderqueer in chat saying, oh, they don't like me, so they're bad. That's correct. That's absolutely correct, you little It's fine. We're good.
Canceled was also a joke among yeah, the origin of cancel, you're right, yeah. The origin of canceled was it was like a term that black people used. Was it on the internet? I thought it went even back further to that. Like, as if you're saying that, like, for some reason, you're not going to watch so-and-so again after learning something, or you're not going to go to such and such a place, that person, that place, that thing is canceled. That, I think, was the original usage of the term. I'm a boomer, so I didn't know what Picrews were. I hope I explained that well enough. I don't think she didn't want to do it that badly if she would let people give her money to do it. She just called a chatter the F slur. I think that is what happened. Oh, like as a pejorative. See, because here's the thing. Like, I don't actually have a problem with people using the F slur in the way that, like, I have friends who use it and they'll call themselves the F slur. But when they're saying it, they're not insulting themselves. They're not insulting their community. They're not saying I'm a, person that there's something wrong with, right? Which is the original meaning of the slur. They're taking the F slur and making it mean something good, making it something to be proud of, like taking that away from the transphobes, right? That's what reclamation is. And I got no problem with that, right? Even the R slur, if somebody wanted to reclaim that, if somebody's been called the R slur all their life and they wanted to use it and wear it as a badge of honor, go for it. You're fighting an uphill battle there, understand, right? You're fighting a majorly uphill battle, right? Is she still arguing with BE? Not that I know of. Not that I know of. What's up, Cool Biscuit? Oh, it was just... Oh, okay, so maybe it wasn't that F slur. Maybe it was the F word instead. That's what Mr. Cool says. Biscotti. Oh my god, I love that name. White folks just colonize language recklessly. True. Oh my god, chat, I'm so sorry that I'm like not getting to everybody. Canceled is when you're muted on Twitter. Yeah.
Anyway, how the do I ban someone on YouTube? And banned. Cool. Sorry. I'm very angry today. I'm on my turf arc. Oh, so you can cancel anyone, but when they do it, it's bad? 41%? That's true. That's absolutely true. Yeah, YouTube chat's kind of dumb, but also
CJ Brown, I'm alive and kicking.
it's like, why pick on me? Like, I'm literally never going to get upset. Like, you think that I don't make jokes like that? I obviously make jokes like that. I've had to deal with people who like decide to project their mental illness online for so long that I am just like,
No, like, I mean, I don't know what Keffals is doing right now. I don't know if she's live. This is Keffals from not last night, but the night before. So what we're looking for, anybody who's just joining us, this is the stream of Keffals planning her op against the Tinder queers, right? The Tinder's queers, the Picrew users. That is what Keffals is doing here. Basically, showing off the boy wife account, which I'm told is a Keffals alt. I don't know that for sure. But I'm told that that's a Keffals alt, right? She's showing you what a Tinder queer looks like on Twitter, and then she is suggesting to the chatters that they likewise create an alt and give it a Picrew avatar and put a bunch of woo stuff in there and say, like all of the stereotypes that she has about Tinder queers, right? Like, tone indicators, please, right? All that stuff. Like, don't be ableist, right? Like, basically to impersonate, I guess, intersectional leftists who don't like being called slurs as a pejorative. I don't know how that became controversial, but apparently that's very controversial in the Keffals community, and so they got to infiltrate the Tinder queers, and they got to set them against each other by creating these fake accounts and stirring up trouble. And that is the stream that we're going over right now. She calls it a gay op, right? This is language that comes from harassment websites. So she's adopted the language of the site that harassed her and is using it unironically to go after, like, gay people. The more diverse, the better. That was the other thing that she said. Make an account, give it a Picrew, give it a bunch of, SJW lib cuck stuff, right? And then, the more diverse, the better. So her example was like a black butch lesbian. I guess that's like maximum diversity points in Keffals. Now we're looking at diversity as like a bad thing, right? I don't know. This is some weird stuff, right? But these accounts did get made. And I don't know if they've been causing trouble yet. Has anybody seen these accounts? I hate the term gay op. Some people think prank is a synonym for gay op. Yeah, right. Because am I right about this, CJ Brown? It's like harassment website lingo, right? From my understanding. Are you worried that she will make a video about you? Hey, you know what? That's just the risk that I take, okay? I've had people say horrible things about me on streams before, okay? And I'm ready for whatever.
incredible.
But I appreciate that everybody cares about me so much and you're worried about me. But yeah, I guess that's an occupational hazard, right? That's what I get paid, not the big bucks, but the bucks for. That's what I get paid the bucks for.
Inundated with gallows humor. Like,
that's what I get paid the small bucks for, yeah.
What do they want from me?
Like,
I would be more.
We looked at one of the accounts that was complaining about you, Keffals, and all that person. I can't speak for everybody, right? And there's some of this audience that you've lost, and you're not going to get them back, right? They're not going to like you. Okay, that's true. All right, but some people were just looking for an apology, an acknowledgement, maybe for you to be getting back to the content that you did like a year ago. Right, the stuff that blew you up in the first place. I kind of think that's, if you really want to know, Keffals, what people want from you, that's my best guess. Now, like I said, everybody's different and everybody's got a different idea, and some of these people are never going to be your fans again, right? But my understanding is that's what people want. During your slip is showing. Oh my god, I don't know about this. They called it a black. What is? Oh my god. I guess there's some of this stuff that I don't know about. Yeah, I've never heard of that before. Something about the... you think that Keffals would be more understanding to sensitive LGBTQ people, considering that she led a multi-month anti-harassment campaign? Well, my understanding, CJ Brown, is that she's had a lot of trouble getting traction on YouTube. She'd rather use YouTube than Twitch, because in Twitch, you're sort of limited. If you use a slur... to attack somebody, if you use a slur not in a reclamative sense but in a negative sense, you can get banned from Twitch. On YouTube, it's a little bit more you have a little bit more room to wiggle. You have wiggle room. There we go. We're gonna use some Keffals memes on Keffals. You have more wiggle room to do stuff like that, to be edgy on YouTube. And so she'd rather be a YouTube streamer. Now, the problem is, like I said, her channel is not exactly catching fire on YouTube. She has had a lot of trouble getting the kind of attention on YouTube that she got on Twitch. And part of that is that, like, the format of content that she does is a format that's mostly occupied by, like, edgelords, right? Like, we're talking about, like, commentary and drama. Those channels tend to be edgy. They tend to be, you know, there's very few channels like that that are like intersectional leftists, right? And you know, you can tell Keffals isn't exactly the essence of thought right here, right? So that I guess that's what the move is that if she can get canceled by the intersectional left, then she can turn around to the Turkey Toms of the world and say, hey, I'm just like you. Right? I don't know if it'll work because they hate her guts. Like, these are the people that were tearing her a new one, right? These are the people that stopped doing videos on Kira chats so that they could attack Keffals, right? So, I mean, is it going to work? Is it not going to work? I don't know. You know, your guess is as good as mine, but I mean, she does have like Vosh, Xanderhall, people like that in her corner. And it seems like she's trying to pivot more towards content like that. So if I were to guess, why is she doing this? Because it doesn't make sense. It doesn't seem rational. It seems to undermine, you know, her core brand proposition. That would be my guess, right? Just have to talk into the camera with whatever comes to mind. This is what happens when a random ass child becomes successful for some reason. Thinks that, well, I mean, she's like 27. I don't think she's a child, but thinks that since they have viewership that they actually know what they're talking about. It's odd Keffals would call anyone genderqueer when she can't really handle criticism at all herself. She just tries to troll off it, but it ends up looking worse. Yeah, she tried to make friends with Keemstar and Turkey Tom, and it backfired. Yeah, I don't know how she would get those people on her side, right? I don't know how that would work, but I think that's my best guess, right? I'm not a mind reader. I don't know what Keffals is thinking, but that's my best guess.
We're concerned about like the fact that the majority of people who kill themselves are cisgender men. That's a much bigger number.
To quote Bad Empanada, why would she post this?
Yeah, they want me to leave the. Why? It's just like they can just off. They can go do whatever, you know? They can go watch like I don't know, a Mr. Medic or, oh yeah, wait, never mind. They can't watch him because he decided to retire because his cancer got bad. So I guess they can stay here, whatever. That's fine. They want you to take your non-existent balls and go. Have stuff with Jer Bear? Oh yeah, that's really funny.
That was the person that she's joked about being in a polycule with, along with Infrared Haas. And I don't understand the Infrared Haas thing. Like, right, I thought it was a meme. I literally went on stream. Hey, what's up, Clarity? I literally went on stream to, like, you know, say that like that's like I was sure that her Infrared Haas sub was a gift sub, that somebody had just given it to her as a joke, and that's all that there was about that. But I've heard since then that maybe not. Maybe there was some kind of a meme engagement that she had with Haas. But yeah, she joked about being in a polycule with Infrared Haas and Jer Bear. I'm pretty sure that was a joke. Infrared is like the progenitor of the two holes theory, also a notable Nazgul on the internet, right? Keffals thinks she's better than all you guys, and she tried to get new friends. I guess. I don't know. I'm not really mad, but like, I'm just finding myself like.
Oh, you mean like this?
Oh, thank you, Zaktar.
Where it was like he was going on like a rant about the Last of Us, and I said episode 3 made me cry because Bill looks like an older version of you, and I would be lost in this world without you. And he responded with the heart eyes.
Yeah, I haven't seen Last of Us 3.
It's so funny. Like he just like he goes along with the bit, and that I respect that. That's really funny.
She did confirm that it was a gift sub.
His fans are like, bro. Does he know? I think he knows. Yeah, so I'm getting canceled for 2.
We need to cancel Canada. Turkey Tom also either said some Nazi stuff or platformed one. I recall in his controversy. Yeah, all I know about Turkey Tom is he's like a edgy bro, an edgelord, right? Honestly, Keffals really wants to sell out like ContraPoints, but she effed up by making her transition to liberalism too early and not networking as well as ContraPoints when she got mainstream coverage.
2 reasons. One, for apparently
Canada's not sending its best.
platforming Nazis, which I didn't do, and the other was for saying on stream, because
Canada either sends us Ryan Reynolds or Ted
the
Cruz.
Council of has decided that I cannot say on stream. I don't abide by their authority.
Is that the Council of Arslers says that we can't say Arsler on stream? Is that what she's saying?
Quite frankly, I don't think that they have any authority to make me stop saying that. Like, it's so goofy. It's so goofy. Like, I don't care. Cringe. Explain to me how it's cringe.
Yo, you know how much she doesn't care? She doesn't care so hard that she did a 5-hour cope stream last night telling us how much she doesn't care. Just going off about how little she cares for like 5 hours.
How is it cringe? Explain. Go ahead. How is it cringe? Oh, there's nothing. There's nothing. There's no way. It hurt.
They don't have the authority. They're asking her. They're just, yeah, it's not that they have authority. They're just asking her to be a considerate person. That's all. I'm not mad. Please don't put it in the papers that I got mad.
It's people's feelings. Oh, you're saying it's cringe for them. That's true. Because it's like, it's a stupid slope, right? Because, okay. All right, let's say I stop saying and, right? Because because it's been used against people. It's been used against me growing up, you know? But, okay, let's say, okay, it's an ableist slur. It has a historical connotation of being related to, like, intellectual disabilities. Okay, we stop doing that. Do you know what other word has the same connotation and history? The word stupid. Okay, we can't say stupid anymore. Oh, you know what other word?
Well, I mean, this is literally so, you know, Keffel said this is a stupid slope. Right. And in general, like, I feel like the usage of the word stupid towards people is what people are worried about, you know, who are, you know, concerned about that. But in general, most people, that's normalized, right? You can call people stupid and you will get very little clapback. You can, you know, these other terms that, yeah, technically, if you want to ask, is this ableist? Yes, it is. But it's normalized. Nobody's trying to cancel anybody for using normalized slurs, right? That's just not happening, right? Nobody's getting in trouble for calling somebody stupid or anything like that, right? But she's saying it's a slippery slope, that if she can't use the R slur as a pejorative, then the next it'll be, you know, some other word. And so since she wants to be able to keep on saying, you know, calling people stupid or whatever, she has to keep using the R slur somehow. Because, like, this is the advice that she's gotten from Bosch, though. Literally, never apologize, always double down. If you don't, these woke scolds will eat you alive. That's the kind of thing. That's the kind of thing that Vosh will, you know, that's the kind of advice, from my understanding, that she's getting from Vosh. It's horrible advice, right? It's destroying her, what she's built. And it's a sad thing to see. False equivalency. Yeah, so the slippery slope fallacy is this, all right? When you make an argument that, well, we can't stop doing X, Y, Z, because if we get, you know, if we grant that this is wrong, then we'll have to grant that this is wrong and this is wrong. That's the fallacy. Right there, Keffals. Right? That's the fallacy. It's a fallacy to say that everything's a slippery slope and you can't go down it even a little bit, right? You can't change the way you're speaking in order to, you know, not in order to make your community, you know, safer for people who don't feel safe when you do that, because there's technically, like, yeah, it's a lot of words in our language are ableist, right? And that ableism is normalized. I call that normie ableism. And like I said, I try to avoid it myself, but you're never going to see me calling it out in others. Like, right? Because it's so normalized, right? My priority in calling out ableism is, stuff like the R slur used as a pejorative, right? Because there are still people using the R slur as a pejorative. That's like my priority. That's kind of like, right? So the slippery slope fallacy is literally what Keffals is sliding right into. And it's weird that she would mention that, like when that's what she's falling victim to. That's the trap that she's, falling into. I said a false equivalency because she was comparing the R. Yeah, exactly. There's a difference between those two things, right? There's a difference. This is literally reactionary. Well, I mean, like, this is a reactionary argument. Yeah, you use the slippery slope argument to justify, the reactionary bullshit that you want to push. It being so normalized makes it a lot less, yes and no. I mean, like, right, imagine if there was a really commonly used term in the language, and it referred to your identity. And every single day you had to hear that, right? Every single day you had to hear that. And like nobody thought twice about it, right? That's not great. But we can't erase all of the, we can't erase all oppression overnight. So we do what we can and we try to make progress. Yeah? I don't feel like this is that complicated. I don't feel like this is that contentious. I think it seems pretty obvious. It's been so, yeah. Also, all of the ableism happening during COVID, like eugenics vibes too. So a lot of abled people were saying we're sick of these entitled people calling out ableism where we don't see it. The R slur got taken out of normalcy. Good call. Yeah, Cryptid, exactly. Got taken out of normalcy, and now Vosh and Keffals and Xanderhall and people like that are bringing it back. Amazing activism, great show of solidarity, and it'd be fine if what you were doing, right? If what you were doing was like saying, like, using it towards yourself and reclaiming it and taking something that used to be a slur and turning it into a badge of honor and saying, like, I am proud of who I am. Like, and she's even sort of hinted at this, right? But she just doesn't use it that way. When she's saying R slur, she's talking about something that's bad. She's talking about something that's less than ideal, right? So she's continuing the pejorative, like, usage of the R slur. That's the issue. That's the entire issue.
Dumb. Okay, we can't call anyone stupid. We can't call anyone an idiot. We can't call anyone dumb. We can't call anyone a and then it's like you're gonna.
What I want to know is what is the attraction? What do you love about doing that? Why are you saying that? Like we can't eat ice cream. We can't eat like chocolate bars. We can't eat. You're talking about this like you're talking about slurs like they were treats. Why is that a treat to you? That's what I don't get. Like especially the biggest example is like edgy gamer bros that want to say the N-word, right? They're gaming and they get frustrated and they want to say the N-word, right? And when you tell them, like, it's a slur, it doesn't matter if you just got killed in a video game. It doesn't matter if it was like something unfair happened in the video game. Maybe don't say it, right? Their reaction is like you're taking their candy away. Why is that candy? Why does that appeal to you? That this should be cause for some introspection. Instead, it's cause for doubling down.
You can't say lame. You can't.
It's about control. She thinks people are trying to control her, and she doesn't like
moron. You can't say spastic. Like you're going down this slippery slope where you're telling people not to talk. You can't say insane. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Like, and this is like the fights that the shit trans people on Twitter decide to get into, right? Like they decide that, okay, you know what? We're being slaughtered. There's legislation being enacted that is going to make dozens and dozens of people themselves. But you know what's important? You know what's really important? Making sure that people don't say no words. Just goofy ass shit.
So if slurs, unironically used, had the effect of stopping transgenocide, then your bullshit argument might make some degree of sense. Unfortunately, Your performative edginess does nothing for us, Keffals. It is not a good weapon in the fight against being a reactionary yourself. I don't know who needs to hear this, but being a reactionary yourself does not help you fight reactionaries. What it does is breaks down solidarity. What it does is creates spaces that are hostile to some of us. And you know what we need right now? We need all hands on deck. We need everyone working together. We need solidarity. And what we get is this performative edgelord bullshit that is so 2016. I can't fucking believe I'm even saying this to you. I can't believe that this has to be explained. Like, right? What the hell? What the hell? Like, that is not an excuse. That is not an excuse to be shitty to people, for fuck's sake. Like, who do you think you're going to get on your side to fight the trans genocide? Do you think you're going to get, like, Turkey Tom? Do you think you're going to get, you know, like, who are you trying to get here? Like you're appealing to people that are, like, the worst allies you could possibly have. You're appealing to bigoted people and thinking that somehow that's going to be helpful in the fight against trans genocide. Bullshit, Keffals. Bullshit.
Absolutely ridiculous.
Oh my god, I'm sorry.
God.
I lost it a little bit there.
Oh my god. Conservative is an ableist slur. Wait, you can't curse on the radio through the FCC? Are you saying I can say any slur? No. I'm not saying that.
It's a good rant.
That's
okay.
not what I'm saying. I think you can say I think that's fine. However, I think there's obviously a line. There's obviously a line. Like, don't start saying racial slurs. I guess, like, if you belong to the racial group that uses that slur, go ahead.
You just embraced the slippery slope argument, like, unironically. So if you're going to take your own argument seriously, then apparently using racial slurs is praxis too. Like, your argument just justified that too. I hope you understand that, right? If the issue is that there's a slippery slope, so we cannot let anybody tell us what words to say, then fucking all bets are off. Just say them all. Just say every single slur that you fucking know, because apparently that's going to stop Greg Abbott. Apparently that's going to stop Ron DeSantis. If we're edgy enough, then they'll smell us and they'll take us as one of their own. They'll be like, oh yeah, we were gonna... Like, what? I don't understand what they're thinking, right? This is literally pick-me bullshit right here. Right? If we're edgy like them, then we don't look like a target. I think that's what you're saying, Keffals. I think that's where you're going for.
But I feel like otherwise, like, you shouldn't do that. Not even tactically. Not even tactically.
I mean, look, I agree. You shouldn't, like, but I would expand it a little further, right? I don't think that there is a tactical usage for misogyny, racism, ableism, or any of that stuff. Yes, some things are normalized. Yes, some ableist terminology is part of our lexicon, right? You got, like, you could, you know... And it's hard to not say, right? I've even talked with disability, a disability rights advocate that I respect a lot and still respect. And heard them trying to find a word to use instead of blind. Like, you're blind to this, you're blind to that. Okay, well, you know, like, for people that are blind or, you know, like, have visual impairment, that might not be great to hear. So he was trying to find a different way of saying it. You know what he stumbled on? Myopic, right? And I'm not calling this person out. What I'm doing is describing that it's legitimately hard. A lot of things are normalized, right? And a lot of things you say without even thinking, right? And a lot of times even trying to be a good person like this person was. This person is a good person. This person is a great disability rights advocate. This person is the whole reason I understand the social versus the medical model of disability, which I think is huge in understanding, in fighting ableism, right? This person messed up. And checked themselves on it.
But now they're a freaking communist.
Thank you for the follow. Thank you for the YouTube sub. Lenny Hills. Yes, thank you. We got communist invading radicals in our YouTube chat. Who knew? Short-sighted, use that term. Yeah, and like, look, you're not gonna get rid of every single bit of oppression in one day. Like I said, that's not realistic. That's not gonna happen, and you know that's not really what we're looking for. But you can try to make progress. And instead, people like Keffals, people like Vosh, people like Xander Hall are taking us in the wrong direction. That is why I call y'all reactionary. If you want to know.
I think we can reclaim like one in chat if you're a I just want to like see how many people are in chat. See? See, look at all the people that they want to censor. They want.
And if the person that I was talking about there, like, notice I didn't say your name, and I'm not giving anybody anything to be able to, you know, pin that on you. I don't think that that was a bad thing that you did. I think that, you know, that's an object lesson, and I'm sharing it with people in hopes that they'll understand that even if they mess up sometimes, it's still worth trying, right? And I'm still trying. Okay.
To be silenced. That's what they're doing. They don't think any of you should have a voice.
Wait, who doesn't think that any of Keffals' like chatter should have a voice?
So I had to like jump through some hoops in order to see all of the people.
Oh yeah,
trying to
I should
cancel
probably
me.
say this, okay? I don't think you can see the names in chat, but in case you can, don't go harass anybody. Don't bother anybody. Don't mess with anybody. That's not what we do, okay? Just so, like, because I realize I'm covering somebody in a bad light, and whenever we do that, I try to make a point of saying that I don't support any sort of harassment. I don't support, you know, anything like that. Like, right? You know, this is I'm doing this stream to bring consciousness to what's going on and to point out some ways that we could do better. But I don't mean this as any sort of a call to, you know, a call to action against anyone. Okay, I am against that, for the record. Okay, let's reclaim a slur by using it against things we don't like exclusively. There we go. There's the exact issue with this, right? Yeah, it comes from the arguments Vosh made years ago that saying the N-word on a stream was, yeah, this was a stream called the Kill Stream. Vosh went on it. It was hosted by Nazis, and in order to show those Nazis that they couldn't intimidate him by saying the N-word, Vosh said the N-word back. Hard R, everything. And then he like goes on to defend it in the comments. Like he goes down in the comments to defend his tactical use of the N-word with a hard R. Stupid is contextual. Yeah, exactly. Like, yeah, nobody's calling you out for, you know, calling out like a situation stupid. In fact, I doubt there's very many people calling you out for using that on a person. Like I said, that is normalized. You know, it's ableist, but it's normalized, right? And for, you know, for most people in the disability rights community, this isn't the priority, right? And I very much doubt that you're getting a lot of clap back for saying stuff like that. Actually, they didn't even say the N-word. If I recall, only Vosh said it. Wait, who? Oh, so the Killstream didn't even use that word. Vosh just preemptively hard-R'd them.
Because they all have me blocked.
I didn't even know that.
Which obviously, you know, I'm still going to see their tweets anyway. That doesn't stop me from like people sending me their tweets. So I had to make a new account. So here's my new account. The boy wife.
So there we have it confirmed. Boy wife is Keffals. Okay. I wasn't sure on that. I didn't want to tell you for sure that's who it was if you know, it wasn't actually Keffals. But yeah, the boy wife is Keffals. She'll probably get into that. Keffals tweeted back in April 2022 that she is not neurodivergent, but she has tweeted tweets from yesterday claiming that she is. I put the screenshot. Look, whether you're neurodivergent or not, like using the R slur as a pejorative is using the R slur as a pejorative, right? It's not reclamation, okay? So there's literally no argument that, you know, could be made for that.
And there's my Picrew.
But yeah, I get what you're saying, Natalie Murray. There's some inconsistency here. The kill stream was dog whistling, and Vosh just came out and said the N-word to show he doesn't afraid of anything, Poggers. Oh my god, there's some memes. Trying to avoid slurs is the bare minimum of showing people decency. It's too bad that it's too much to ask for some people.
And there's Pearl, you know, 26, neurodivergent, autism spectrum disorder, programmer by day, boy wife by night, minors do not interact.
I wonder how deep this goes. So obviously, like, you know, this is part of the stereotype. You're in your 20s, you have a Picrew with like a flag, you know, representing your identity behind it. You're, you know, queer, you like Steven Universe, right? Does it go deeper than that though? Like, because if you want to, like, there's some depth in, you know, for those of us who know Steven Universe, there's sort of a depth as far as what Pearl might, you know, might represent. On the surface level, it might just be like, yeah, you're into that Cal Arts. You're into the Cal Arts aesthetic, right? We all know about the Cal Arts aesthetic. Actually, Rebecca Sugar didn't go to Cal Arts, but thanks for playing. Yeah, whatever. But you know, like, I don't know, like, there's a few things that Pearl did in the show that weren't great either. And I don't know if Keffals is referencing that, you know, trying to call out a hypocrisy or something or what, but she has, yeah, I think Lily Orchard actually is the one who went out into that more than anybody else. Not that I am, you know, a Lily Orchard stan by any means, obviously. Wow. She also said that she had ADHD, but not autism this autumn. She has said that she has ADHD. She was leaving. Is it code for queer liberal arts? I mean, no, Cal Arts is a animation school. And if you look at like Steven Universe, Gumball, oh my God, can somebody come up with some other cartoons that are considered Cal Arts? Basically, there's a bunch of cartoons that have similar character design. Gravity Falls, yeah, they have similar character design. Like if you line a bunch of these, you know, characters up, you'll see they have similar expressions and stuff like that, right? The funny thing is that most of the art that gets called Cal Arts comes from artists who didn't actually graduate from that particular educational. Bravest Warriors, I think Chowder too. Crystal Gems Archives. There's a lot of problematicity with the Steven Universe, right? Which Lily Orchard has pointed out, and there's a lot of problematicity with Lily Orchard, as Essence of Thought has pointed out. So
She, her, Zer.
Chowder definitely wasn't Cal Arts.
So this is the account that I'm going to use in order to see people who are mad at me.
But this is so weird. This is so weird, right? Like, to use neopronouns as a parody. Just to see a trans person out here using neopronouns as Lily Simpson. Flapjack was Cal Arts, right? Adventure Time and Bee and Puppy Cat. That's right. Rebecca Sugar also worked on Adventure Time before Steven Universe, right?
All right. So here it is. Here's the first. They're really mad at this. It's Let's see. Woo!
Oh,
okay.
Oh, okay. I see. You were thinking Lily Orchard, yeah.
Speaking of retard, do you see that video YouTube called I didn't. So it was, Keffals is an ableist. Why do we always have to uplift the absolute worst human beings as representatives? It's like, look.
Lily isn't perfect, but I always respected her for platforming Black women's thoughts and criticisms on Steven Universe during a time when a lot of non-Black creators didn't want to. Yeah, good evening, Mijimaru fan. Yeah, when I'm blocked, I just like don't block evade. I don't know why anyone would bother. It's such creep behavior. Like unless a person is targeting you from behind a block, it's weird. Yeah.
I do not represent you unless you're in my chat. Then I represent you and I will do a good job representing you. But otherwise, I don't care. I'm a live streamer. I'm not your mommy, okay? I don't care what you think of me. Just do your own thing. I'll do my own thing. Like, it doesn't matter. This idea that I'm like the representative of all trans people is goofy as hell.
I mean,
Hold on.
I guess I agree with, you do my thing, I'll do, or you do my thing, I'll do yours. You do your thing, I'll do my thing. I agree, but like, I mean, part of people's thing is gonna be to comment on people that are on the internet, right? And the bigger of an account you are, the more you're gonna get discussed, right? It just means that you're influential. It shouldn't be, something to like justify harassment, right? We got to get behind those. We got to get beyond those blocks, right? Has anyone actually given Keffals that title, or is this self-projection? Wait, what title? Oh, the CEO of trans. Is that what you're talking about? Where did that come from? Does anybody know? Where does the Keffals as CEO of trans come from? Didn't she claim she was representing the trans community? Her comment just then. Call me your thing and I'll call you my thing. Yeah, there we go.
Hold on, break. I need a break. Give me a break for like two
Okay.
minutes. Give me a.
So she's saying Arsler break, right? And what she means is that she thinks that people are acting arslered, and she'd like a break from that. Can you stop acting arslered for like 2 minutes? Can you give me an arsler break? Right after she said, you do your thing and I'll do mine. I don't know. Is it people in her chat that she's calling out? I'm not even sure. A lot of it means for you to tell me. It means for you to tell me I'm mean. Shut the fuck up.
Break. Okay? I can't keep listening to it's that was from the panel, because I was like so up about it, right? Like, that panel sucked ass.
Oh, it's in her Twitter bio, but it's actually a transphobe calling her that. I see.
It sucked ass.
Keffals created a legit second Twitter because she's mad that people criticizing her or saying annoying things about her.
And it's like, I was like taking a break to make a martini. I gotta see. Throwback to the time Keffals took an online autism quiz to justify her past usage of the slur. So about that, I've ordered the blue baseball cap that says "Please be patient, I have autism." I can't wait. I can't wait for it.
Yeah, what if my thing is calling out ableism? Yeah.
First time in chat, by the way, I'm not trans. I'm a femboy, but I wanted to say that because of people like Vosh and you, Keffals, I feel more comfortable being openly myself. Aw, awesome. Yeah, those people kept calling me Keffals. I think a content warning would be great on this. By the way, these are the same people who, like, when you say, these are the same people that say fascists shouldn't be debated, they should be shot. Like, these are the same people who say this shit. It's so funny. It's like, you can't handle someone saying but you really think that you're going to like be the leader of the revolution.
Yeah, I was gonna say, is that the Gammy hat? Well, Gammy's part of her community, right? From my understanding, am I wrong about this? I'm pretty sure that Gammy's been, seen in the community. There's a lot of people that, that like she's just, I don't know. I don't want to talk. The person we're talking about is an incredibly toxic person on Twitter, and I don't know if there's necessarily any point in talking about her. But yeah, that is who made that hat famous.
It's
Keffals. I've never seen that.
They understand. Like, they can just not watch me. They can just not interact with me. But for whatever reason, they continue to. Because I guess, like, live streamers are, like, important or something. It's just so goofy. Look at all this virtue signaling. Like, how do these people ever seem left? The R word, come on. Like, come on. Like, so, okay. So wanting there to be economic equality, for wanting everyone to have a roof over their head and have an education and be able to have a right to a job and be able to have more democratic control over their workplaces, over the economy, over the government. That is, no, none of that matters. It's about whether or not you say you say or not. If you say you can't believe in any of those things that leftism actually stands for. Yeah, I can. Yeah, no, Bad Wolf, you're right. You're right. You're right. I can tolerate, like, the people here are like, I can tolerate ethnic cleansing, but I draw the line at the R word. It's like, shut, my God.
I can tolerate who? Wait, where is she even getting this? I mean, she's reading chat. I do want to say that, like, that she's like repeating something from chat, right? So it's not like her original thought. She's just reading something that somebody wrote, but like, yeah, she's agreeing with it, right? Like, the idea, like, who is tolerating, you know, oh yeah, it's okay if Greg Abbott wants to, you know, make a registry for us. That's totally fine. But Keffals, no. Keffals saying the R slur, no. Nobody's saying that. You're making up your enemies. And you're creating enemies.
Fursifer, thank you for the member.
That was a big thing on 4chan before that. I think I remember seeing edits of people. Oh yeah, I think so. I think you're right.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, the quote tweets are real funny. Some people like what is this? What's this about? Oh yeah, they're also trying to cancel Aaron right now. Right? So
like, yeah, wait, good point, Ian. You could make the exact argument against Keffals that she's making against other people, right? Okay, so Greg Abbott's trying to create a registry for us. Ron DeSantis is, proposing all kinds of legislation against us. Donald Trump just gave a speech talking about basically getting rid of us, removing us from society. And you want to concentrate on your Twitter enemies? Keffals, you're the one with the power, right? Not these people on Twitter. You're the one who needs to move on and concentrate on the big issues. If you are who you say you are, but you're not, right? You're a petty drama streamer now. You're not the same person. You fought the good fight against the debate pervs, and then at some point you waved the white flag, right? And you joined them. And this is just a continuation of that arc, as far as I'm concerned, right? She kept interacting with them. They blocked her, and after she blocked them, and she keeps making accounts to harass them. Well, and she's the one that's talking about excising people from the community and stuff, right? What a hill to self-harm on, virtue signaling. Man, who left all the straw all over? Are you talking about, like, we're making straw mans here? That hat was a big thing on 4chan. Okay, wait. Ethnic, what now? It's so obvious that she's going after niche left-wing communities to try to divide them up and turn them against. That's literally what she says later on. Yeah, you're right. People who support PF are okay with. Oh, that's what she was trying to say. You're okay with that. If you're worried about if you think Professor Flowers is more of a danger to you than Ron DeSantis or Greg Abbott, you have got some twisted priorities, right? Some highly, highly twisted priorities. Yeah, good catch there, Jules. She's probably saying, oh, so anti-white racism is okay, but not the R slur? Constructing straw kaiju. She's COINTELPROing. A lot of people have said that. Yeah, that's getting... all these Vosh fans sound like NPCs. They do say the same thing over and over and over again. She's building strawman to justify anti-blackness. Does she know that disabled people are exploited in the workplace? She's self-sabotaging. She wants to tie tanky to Stalin defender to ethnic cleanser. But Jesus, that's a stretch.
Because Aaron went on the panel. So this so Judith here posted this old tweet.
Duck under 8, thank you for the follow.
It said, if you have 10 people and one Nazi sitting at a dinner table and willingly eating together, you have 11 Nazis. People seem to
She lives in Canada, so Abbott and DeSantis are not immediate concerns to her, I
keep
guess.
forgetting this lesson. If you platform Nazis, if you enjoy their company, if you cozy up to Nazis, don't be shocked when people think you're a Nazi. It's like Aaron was not cozying up to them, was not enjoying their company, was not sitting and eating dinner with them.
She was going on their platform to debate them, right? So Keffals is going to say, since she was debating against them, not agreeing with them, that's a good thing. But in reality, all that does is takes this well, I won't call it tiny, it's actually not tiny, this transphobic Twitter space and gives it like legitimacy, gives it the appearance of being like a fair fight, right? Instead of an echo chamber. Now, it's like I pointed this out before, right? Keffals is the same kind of person that will accuse lefties of having echo chambers and say that that's a bad thing, right? We shouldn't have echo chambers because in order to be effective, we need to be talking to people we disagree with, right? But somehow she doesn't see that that might be efficacious for the right wing too, and in fact it is. I can explain it too. When you're a lefty, when you're, you know, pro-trans, and you're going into a transphobic space to have a debate with like, now like, my understanding is that there were like 3 trans advocates. Am I wrong? Were there more? I think there were about 3 trans advocates on this panel. You are the target. You are the heel. And even if you go away from that, feeling like you won, feeling like you deconstructed their arguments, there's an audience bifurcation between left and right, between transphobe and trans-affirming, right? A trans-affirming person can feel that they won an argument that to a transphobic audience they lost, right? And it almost doesn't matter. You are creating yourself as a character in their world and making their world interesting. So, for instance, right? Can you imagine watching Steven Universe without any homeworld gems? Okay, so we got Steven Universe, but it's just Steven, Garnet, Pearl, Amethyst, Steven's dad, right? And the people in Beach City. Would you watch that? Would that have gotten a second season? It's boring. There's no conflict. There's no conflict, so it's boring, right? It's 12 versus 3, if I recall. You don't know shit about Steven Universe. Well, I mean, like you're creating you're making the what they're doing on the internet more interesting by giving life to the evil, right? They're transphobes. They think that trans people are evil, but trans people are just an abstraction until you put a face with that. Until no comment chick shows up in their Twitter space and tries to play hero, right? Tries to say, I'm so brave. Look at me going into the lion's den for y'all. Okay? I went in there. Buck Angel, J.K. Rowling's, all the mean turfs, all the super baddies. I went in there and I told them, you're very bad. You're wrong. Trans people are great. Aren't I a hero? No, I'm not. I'm a feeder. Okay? No, you're not a hero if you give kills to the other side in an FPS, right? And I don't know, like, she doesn't seem to understand that either. Innuendo Studios has done a really good video talking about, I think it was in Never Play Defense that Innuendo Studios talks about the fact that conservatives grok, in other words, perceive, see, understand debates very differently than we do on the left. For us on the left, it is about making good arguments, bringing up salient facts, you know, poking holes in your opponent's argument while making a good argument yourself, right? That's, and you know, making an argument from a place of caring about, you know, about all of humanity. Whereas conservatives, they're looking for posture. They want to see who looks dominant, right? So do you see how this works? Regardless of how good your arguments are, regardless of how airtight your reasoning is, if you look like you're defending and they look like they're on the attack, you just lost that debate, at least for their audience. And that's what they're looking for. They're looking for a wrestling heel. And they found 3. They found 3 wrestling heels. You made their wrestling show more interesting by creating a bad guy. Understand this. And understand that that's the issue with platforming. It's not an issue of size or anything else, right? It's how conservative online politics works. They need a heel. They need to look strong against somebody, right? And the more explaining you do, the worse you look in their eyes. The more they're puffing up their content creators, their Buck Angels, their, whoever else was in there, right? The more they're creating this mythology around these people as being winners, as being warriors, as being heroes, right? And you helped them do that. I'm not saying that you did it on purpose. I don't think that you're some kind of right-wing op or something like that. I just think you're being a feeder, right? And I think that you're giving, this is an unforced error. That's all. But it's still, it's not nothing, right? Anyway, sorry. I'm so stun locked.
Platformed by them in their big space and pushed back on their ideas. Aaron is one of the best organizers I have ever
TCP. I don't know. I'll try to dumb it down for you.
Seen. I've ever seen in the 12 years that I have been transitioning. She is the best organizer in the trans community. Like one of them. Like at least in the top 10. And just to shit on her for going into a space that was listened to by thousands of people and pushing back and being able to reach out to their audiences. And this is so stupid. This is so stupid. This is why I have absolutely no faith in so many of the trans people that are online, because they're all mentally ill shits who need to work.
What does she organize? What does Keffals organize? I don't know. I'm still sad by the fact that I did an ableism just then. Right? I just don't understand, where did I'm sorry. I meant to say, how did I confuse you? What can I clear up? I shouldn't be defensive. I'm sorry. No, I said, I said, can I dumb it down for you? And, it's ableist language is normalized, and I'm not coming at you from a high horse, saying that I don't do it too, but I do notice it. I do try to take accountability for it, and I do try to move past it, right? And
to work on them.
Don't really think that's too much to ask, right? I'm not trying to portray myself as a perfect human being. Her tone on YouTube is usually always in the past tense, and often framing her drama as if she never did anything. Oh, like in the oh god, what is that called? The passive tense. Yeah, the passive tense. Not the passive tense. Passive voice. It's the passive voice. Yes, I didn't notice that until now, Loris. But yeah, seriously, if I'm being confusing, just let me know what you're missing, and I'll try to explain it to you.
Working on themselves, all they do is on each other for updates because they have nothing better going on in their lives. It's just click activism.
But yeah, like I said, I would be remiss if I didn't call out my own ableist language. So,
come on. I was debating for your rights. You should be thankful. I just can't believe that people I know it's called the crab mentality. However, I have the bully people mentality. I think that people like this should be bullied actively. I don't care anymore.
Okay.
Go ahead.
What am I hearing here? You have projected the wrong idea on persons, and that on purpose, out of fear to have to argue with the now I don't know what you're saying, TCP.
Continue to be mean to me. I don't give a single f***. I would rather have a space where people are actually nice to each other, even if it means we need to excise toxic people like this. The LARPing don't give a f***. other trans issues or of trans youth off themselves.
Vosh and Keffals community just default BE as unhinged when they're wrong, but he did own her in his beef with her, and her own audience called her out. That's true, yeah, that's true. The comments were really rough for Keffals. Now we see she's changing. Yeah, I mean, TCP, I'm not like if you can tell me what you have a problem with, I'm not averse to hearing your criticism. Sorry I snapped at you. Erin finds a way to use her platform where she provides trans news and info and turn the murder of a black man into boosting her white partner's political image. I think she can piss people off on her own. Yeah, I didn't understand what you were saying. Like, what do you think I'm projecting the wrong idea on persons on purpose out of fear? Yeah, I didn't entirely understand that, and it's easy to, but yeah, if ever I'm not clear or like I'm saying something that's confusing, you know, let me know in the chat, and I will do my best not to lash out at it, because that's if you're confused about something, then probably you're not the only one.
I mean, like that's like one thing that really bothered me. Like I remembered. I remember
your message was not posted due to conflicts with the channel's moderation settings. That's interesting because I'm reading your message on the stream. She made herself a villain when she chain blocked half of Black Twitter. True.
Back when I was getting canceled for the privilege of transitioning when I was young, something I barely survived.
I would like to have a space where people are nice to each other. By being mean to the person you should be nice to, interesting strategy.
Doing. And it just pisses me off because so many of those people are going to, like, you know, say I stand with trans youth.
I'm trying to keep up with chat. I'm sorry.
Trans youth suicide rates, and they'll mourn the kids.
Keffals, more like Karen. Slur. Why can't we be nice to each other?
That didn't make it. But then when you actually
excise, yeah, V, that's right.
meet one of the ones that made it, you treat them like garbage.
I love how she's talking about click activism when she does shit all for anybody. You're a Twitch streamer. Shut the fuck up. You're the queen of click activism, babe. Look in the mirror.
It is just insecurity, but maybe at some point, someone in their own community needs to tell them to shut the up. I think that's what's missing. Like, oh my God. Like, okay, I have a new rule. After this, I have a new rule. I am now equal opportunity. In the past, I did not cover the trans people who were actively on me and my friends. That rule is out the window. I'm not doing that anymore. Now, if these clowns want to have a back and forth with me, they will absolutely get a back and forth with me. God. Like I talked to Erin. I talked to Erin about this, and Erin said, like, basically after this situation, she's not interacting with trans people on Twitter. So she does really good work. She is an incredibly great resource. She dedicates her life to helping the community. And this is what she gets. This is what she gets for that. I hate how toxic trans people are online.
So, like, I mean, that's something called moral self-licensing, right? It's saying that since you've done good things for a community, that any sort of issue that anybody has with what you're doing now is a sign of being ungrateful. And that, like, you know, the implication is that you should have a free pass, that doing the right thing by a marginalized group, let's say trans people, it entitles you to be able to hurt trans people without getting called out for it. Does that make sense? Like, and I'm not asking you, like, does that make sense? Like, do you understand what I'm saying? I mean, does that make sense for somebody that's trying to do right by a certain community to be doing, right? Does that seem like a good idea, or is it a little bit weird? Because I think it's a little bit weird. It's like a hero coming into town and like saving everybody from the bad guy, and then the hero is like, you know what? I've done a lot for this town. Let me go in this saloon and like, I don't know, beat people up or something. Like, right? It doesn't make sense. It's confusing. It's weird. I mean, I don't know where you get that. There's truth in these words. You are not one of them. I am not impressed. Okay, I still don't understand. I think I'm just having a communication issue today. Sorry if I'm a little slow on the uptake, TCP. I helped a person cross the road, so please ignore the people I ran over. Yeah, there you go. There you go. That's what it's like. Oh my god. What is going on with my...
Yeah, no, I don't even do as good work as Aaron.
So it's like a request for impunity. It's like an expectation of impunity. The idea, like, you know, I don't do as good as work as Aaron. Aaron does great work. So it's like, okay, listen. You're the people down there, okay? You're the people down there in like nowhere land, right? And we're the people up here doing some good work. You're unable to do this good work. You don't have the platform. You don't have the reach. You don't have the name recognition. You don't have anything that it takes to do the good thing, to fight the good fight. So why don't you just shut the fuck up while we, you know, save your asses. That's like what she's saying, right? That's what she's saying. The hero apparently encourages their supporters to pretend to be in a marginalized community, to pretend to attack them, to make the community look unreasonable. No one is above getting checked. I get checked all the time. So I need to be checked, honestly, right? I benefit from being checked, right? And like, you know, I mean, I guess I might snap sometimes, but I don't ever want to like leave it at that. I don't ever want to try to, you know, just like separate myself from that accountability. 63 viewers, that is pretty freaking cool. Good to see. Aaron blocked the black trans community. And if you're in the YouTube chat, please press that like button for me if you can. That's what lets YouTube know that you're having fun, that this is a good stream, that this is of interest to you. So YouTube will recommend it to other people, and then you can talk to them in chat as well. So that makes chat a lot more lively. So there's a benefit for you in it as well. I don't want people like Aaron gone. I think it's really bad idea to publicly debate Nazis. Yeah, like there's this assumed power that we have, right? Like when the feeling I got from Dylan fans was that me criticizing Dylan was dangerous. That like it could potentially cancel him. Like that I have some magic wand to wave over his head and go poof, and he goes away. And that would be really bad if Dylan would go away, because he's done so many good things for trans people too, right? And like I had neither the power nor the intent to do that. This is all just, you know, fragility essentially, and it's what prevents any sort of accountability from happening. I don't want it's the people who don't have the resources who are the most important in the struggle. Well, no, more to the point. Yeah, I mean, like that's true. And it's also people who like in terms of any sort of liberatory struggle, where are you going to get the best advice on strategy? From people with privilege, from people that are doing okay, or from people who have suffered the most under the boot heels of the established structure? I would say it's those people, right? I would say that for unwinding any unjust hierarchy, the people that need to be put in a leadership position, the people whose advice, if we are leaders, we need to be listening to, are the people that have been, you know, that have, you know, suffered the most at the, you know, at the end of the boot, right? The people who have the least insulation against being stepped on, in other words, the least privilege to insulate them from that. Those are the people that understand what we're up against better than anybody else. And if what we're doing is being so fragile that we push those people out of the group for trying to hold us accountable or let us know how something that we're doing is making it hard for them to be a part of our community, be a part of our movement. Like, right? It doesn't seem like, I feel like it just doesn't have to be this hard. Clicky clack. The like key button, yes, mate. Oh my god, Taco Cat, thank you. That's exactly what I was trying to say. And sometimes I'm a little too wordy. So she's not gonna recover from the fake black account call for harassment with fake black accounts this month. Yeah, it's hard to see how, how people are gonna make an excuse for that. I'm sure some people will find a way. People who live in the gutter will be your supporters. People in power are for support and ensuring that the people at the bottom are supported in getting what is needed. The people in power are for support and ensuring. It bothers me too how she called people who are offended by the r slur weak when it's really about having basic respect towards other people. It's not hard to stop using a word that's hurtful to others. Yeah, and a lot of the people, basic respect, that's what I thought you were saying, yeah. And a lot of the people in the Twitter threads I was reading, they weren't calling for Keffals' head. They weren't, this wasn't like a cancel mob. There were a lot of people that were like, I wish she'd apologize, right? That seems to be what and it's not gonna make everybody happy, right? There's some people that, like, when you do something that makes them feel unsafe, they're going to continue to feel unsafe, right? And that's their right. That should be understandable, right? But there are going to be some people who, when you say I'm sorry, forgive you. And I don't know. I feel like you've taken too much of Vosh's advice.
She continues to be chummy with Keffals, so I'm not surprised. Oh my god, what is...
Oh my god, the ad is about to start. Hey, if anybody's got, this is a good time to,
Damn it. Keffals bad.
This is a good time to sub on Twitch, because if you don't have a sub, yeah, you're just about to get hit with an ad break. It actually tells me. I didn't even know that. Yeah, it's gonna hit you with an ad break, so looks like a 60-second ad break is coming up. So this is a good time if you've got a gift sub to give, or you want to buy yourself a sub, or you want to hook up your Amazon Prime to Twitch in order to get a free sub and park it right here. You can get out of that ad break as well. Let me trying to do end goal, and then yes. Boom. Got it. Okay. I can handle Twitch.
Chad, did you know this? Keffals bad. Keffals bad. Keffals really bad. Really bad. That Keffals...
I got called the r slur multiple times in my time working at Goodwill by customers. It sucks when people act like they were canceled when drama doesn't go their way and want to separate a portion of their community, calling them out to save face or lead their audience on. I will let you know about your ad breaks. Oh my god, thank you! If you add controls... If you add the ad controls to your dashboard... Oh, it will let me know about that? Well, no, it was letting me know already, apparently.
I hear not so good things. I'm hearing really bad things about this Keffals person. Who is this Keffals?
I don't even know what the protocol is usually during ads. If you do know when the ad is going on, are you supposed to like say stuff that doesn't matter during the ad break? Are you supposed to do fun stuff? Like, what is the consensus? So I'm just trying to make my jellyfish behave. They're a little glitchy today. Have you noticed that?
Like, where did this idea come from, by the way? Where, like, why is it that when the topic of platforming comes up, everyone immediately drops by 100 IQ points? Absolutely no clue. Like, this isn't platforming. When you are given a platform to speak on, that's not platforming.
Maybe in the future I'll just play the remix, the Weasel remix.
I gotta go back and see this.
I'm gonna get water, but that won't take me away.
I'm glad that people are pushing back against this, because this is just so... Any platform to speak on regardless of the utility is considered platforming? Okay, well, I consider you an idiot, because you don't know what you're talking about. That's not platforming. Like, Jesus Christ. Are you that f***ing dumb? How are you that dumb? Like, if you're a grown-ass adult, please shut the f*** up. If you're a kid, I'm sorry for being so mean to you.
Oh my god, she's like legitimately frustrated
It's
with
wild,
this person.
the absolute silly you have to deal with constantly, especially when it's your birthday. Happy birthday. Thank you. It's my birthday. Please like the live on YouTube. Yeah, like if this was like bringing like Richard Spencer onto CNN, I would agree. That's platforming. Like exposing Richard Spencer's idea.
Okay, so what she's saying is that platforming only happens when you take a smaller creator and bring them on your platform, right? And I've heard a lot of people say that. Yeah, I've had friends of mine say this to me on stream. Like, I ended up having an impromptu debate about this. Even though I'm not a debate streamer, I ended up in a debate because I legitimately disagreed with somebody that I brought on about the nature of platforming and what, where harm can be caused. I would say that in general, if you give yourself to a right-wing audience, by which I mean being on a right-wing platform, right? So, just going on stream with, somebody, you're basically, you're making their stream more interesting, and you're not able to correctly grok whether you won or lost the debate. Because I've heard some people say, I want to debate right-wingers in order to dispirit them, in order to depress them. Like, I'm going to come on, and I'm going to use my facts and logic to defeat them. And the problem is, we look at win and loss in debate fundamentally differently than the right wing does. Please, please, please watch Innuendo Studios, Never Play Defense, and understand this concept better. For the right wing, winning a debate sometimes just amounts to adopting a strong posture, right? If you feel like you're attacking and your opponent feels like they're defending, you win. And it doesn't matter if that defending was your opponent taking a lot of words to deconstruct your argument. For the left audience, that deconstruction of the right-wing argument is convincing. That works, okay? So you are effectively preaching to the choir. However, that is the choir, and they are already in the pews. I don't know, where does the choir sit? Probably not in the pews. It's someplace else in the church. I don't know church that well, chat. But this is a weird metaphor to be adopting anyway. But on the converse side, you're not noticing that to the right-wing audience, you might actually be losing without realizing it. And if like all these streamers who talk about platforming and they say, no, as long as I am not bringing a smaller creator than me onto my platform, I haven't done anything wrong. You're missing the point. You're missing the point. You're creating a more engaging show for your debate opponent. And when your debate opponent is a reactionary, especially when your debate opponent is like a transphobe, a racist, some kind of eliminationist asshole, can I ask you not to do that? Can I please ask you not to do that? If you think you're helping, you're not. Please, try to, and don't talk down to your audience when they actually understand platforming better than you do. That's the sad thing about that exchange, right? That person that Keffals just said, excuse me, if you're a child, please forgive me. Please forgive me for coming at you that hard. But if you're an adult, you should be ashamed of yourself. You don't understand platforming. No, Keffals, you don't understand platforming.
To the millions of people
Hey, Cuffin Punk.
that watch CNN, that's platforming. That's wrong. Going on a f***ing Twitter space, a mother f***ing Twitter space that is being hosted by people who
Complaining about platforming assumes people can't think for themselves? Wait, in what way?
have a magnitude more followers than you to push back against bigoted ideas. That's not f***ing platforming, bitch. That's not platforming. Jesus Christ. John, thank you so much for investing $20 in Catboy Ranch stonks. I'll make sure you get your cat ears and collar. God, I genderqueer. I genderqueer so much. I am issuing a fatwa on genderqueers. It's just like crazy. Like, look at that. Look at this. Look at this. How could she f up like this? It's really so simple. 1, ignore people organizing against us. 2, let them spout their nonsense before a crowd of people. There may be
Fuck her and her Islamophobic shit.
there may still be hope for. 3, they see how cool and aloof we are. 4, suddenly we're cool and they love us. 5, okay. All right. I got like, no.
She doesn't even know what she means. Fatwa my fucking ass.
It was good. It was funny. It was funny. I got debated at the beginning. But like at the end, it was really good. I'm glad it was like all the quote tweets are pushback, but it also tells you like how much of the people doing this just mindless drones. Like, it's just so crazy to me, man. Like, how are they like this? We need to cancel these terrible platformers. If anyone sees any of these other tweets, by the way, please send me them. I want to go over this.
Does Keffals care more about being edgy than interacting with the community in a positive way? I guess so.
And I want to on as many of these idiots as possible. Tipster! Hold on, I gotta give Tipster a blue name. Hold on, Tipster.
Wait, isn't Tipster like a commentary community person?
I'm the
After 23 years, I am well sick of people misusing Islamic terminology in damaging ways.
Joker, by the way. I'm so Joker-fied.
Please send me more tweets so I can farm content and look like more of a loser than I already am, you guys.
No, I'm not holding back now. I don't give a like, Jesus Christ. I after everything I went through, I do not give a single like, what are they gonna do? What are they gonna do?
So the definition of platforming is correct, but she wants it to not apply anywhere outside of cable TV.
Oh, they're gonna be mad at me on Twitter? Get in the line, okay? I can get yelled at all day by on Twitter. That's fine. I don't care. Absolutely do not give a
Oh my god, you know what I'm just realizing? Like, I'm halfway through the first hour of this stream. There's apparently like, I don't know, what is it, like 3.5 hours of this? Right? And what I'm saying, chat, is I don't know if we're gonna get to all the content today. We might have to do a second day on this. Like, I might have to continue this tomorrow. Because there is actually a lot to cover. I wanted to cover the debate, too. Let's see if I can shed any light on that, provide any insight, right? Please send, yeah. She doesn't care about being yelled at by Twitter, but she's losing her shit about being yelled at. Yeah, you're not wrong.
like literally calling one of the best organizers in the trans community a Nazi for pushing back against Nazism and getting 4,000.
Wait. Oh my god. See, here's I'm kind of conflicted here. could make this screen slightly bigger so that we could read like who she's talking about, but at the same time, I generally try not to read other chats or make other chats readable, right? And the reason I do that is that like I never know, who's going to be in here, and when I'm portraying somebody in a bad light, there is some chance that somebody's going to want to go give them a hard time, and I don't support that. So, I try not to show that, but I'm not entirely sure who she's talking about here. Aaron in the Morn is the person who had a tweet that said if 10 people are sitting at a table that are Nazis and another person sits at the table, what do you have? And the answer is 11 Nazis, right? That was Aaron in the Morn who said that. And that people are bringing back that tweet and saying, by virtue of this, you doing content with these people makes you complicit in what they're doing. Yeah? They weren't, unless there was somebody saying something on Twitter where I didn't see the tweet, I don't think that Aaron in the Morn was being called a Nazi. I think Aaron in the Morn was being called a hypocrite. Was being asked to, explain if the previous tweet was something that she still believes, or if her, viewpoint on that had evolved since then. Who is the Nazi she's talking about? What content, what context, and what people? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Here, let me re-roll it. Let me rewrite it a little bit and just see if I can. Ever so slightly. We're on, 29. I'll bring it back to 29.
Don't care. Absolutely do not give a
Try it at 720.
like literally calling one of the best organizers in the trans community a Nazi for pushing back against Jesus Christ. I after everything I went through, I do not give a single like, what are they gonna do?
If you platform Nazis, okay, so that is Aaron in the Morn's tweet though, the one that says like people seem to keep forgetting that. Let's roll it back slightly more. I'm sorry, chat. A little bit more. Just want to see. There we go. Okay, so this is Aaron Reed's tweet. And that's who she's saying is being called a Nazi. Now, Aaron Reed said if you have 10 people and one Nazi sitting at a dinner table, and it was different than I thought. Okay, 10 people and one Nazi sitting at a dinner table and willingly eating together, you have 11 Nazis. People seem to keep forgetting this lesson. If you platform Nazis, if you enjoy their company, if you cozy up to Nazis, don't be shocked when people think you're a Nazi. So people are bringing back this tweet. This is an old tweet of Aaron's and saying, then why are you joining the Twitter group with Buck Angel at all, right? So my understanding is debating. Okay, so yeah, that's somebody pushing back on that, right? Somebody's disagreeing, then saying, no, she's debating them. She's not sitting down at the table. She's not making common cause. She's not enjoying their company. She's debating against them. So that makes it completely different, even though, it's still doing, for all practical purposes, you're collaborating with them. You're doing content with them.
So crazy to me, man. Like, how are they like this?
But like Aaron Reed is the one that's kind of saying, oh my God, thank you. Oh. Okay, thank you. Thank you, TCP, UDP. Yeah, I think I did misunderstand what you were saying, and I'm sorry about that. That was, like, I should have just said I don't understand instead of jumping to conclusions. As a non-native, our misunderstanding is my fault. You are the first trans person that doesn't make my blood boil. For example, Demon Mama achieves that in under 5 seconds. Stay safe, and if you find some time to watch the Dissembling Von of Nick Fuentes Destiny Yeah, I didn't see that. I haven't watched a lot of Destiny lately. But yeah, thank you for the 2,200 bits. And yeah, sorry I made an assumption about what you were trying to say that I don't think was exactly what you were trying to say. Yay, oh, Dragon Princess. Yay, 3 months. Didn't even know you were streaming because Twitch unfollowed again? Oh, that's annoying. That's annoying. Wow. Okay, so yeah, make sure you're following everybody. Make sure you're subbed if you're on YouTube, and also give that thumbs up. Give that hit that like button. Yeah, why is
We need
Twitch
to
like
cancel these
this?
terrible platformers.
Why is Twitch like this? I don't understand.
If anyone sees any of these other tweets, by the way, please send me them. I want to go over this, and I want to on as many of these idiots as possible. Tipster. Hold on, I gotta give Tipster a blue name. Hold on. Hold on, Tipster.
Wait, I think that's happened to me before. I think I've been unfollowed from people on Twitch.
I'm the Joker, by the way. I'm so Joker-fied.
Oh my god, thank you, TCP.
No, I'm not holding back now. I don't give a
Nick Static, you just got a gift
like,
sub.
Jesus Christ.
From
after
TCP UDP.
everything I went through, I do not give a single like.
Not
what
a
are they gonna
cookie.
do?
Just got a gift
What
sub.
are they gonna do? They're gonna they're gonna be mad at me on Twitter. Get in the line, okay? I can get yelled at all day by on Twitter. That's fine. I don't care.
Corwin
Absolutely
Chelway,
do not give a
you just got a gift sub.
Like,
Baduism, you just got a gift
calling
sub.
one of the best organizers in the trans community a Nazi for pushing back against Nazis.
How is debating the same as collaborating? Well, I mean, like, okay, there are different ways you could collaborate, and I'd be more worried if you were going on like Nick Fuentes to be like, yeah, this is a great guy, you know what I mean? That's the word. So there are gradations within collaborating. But at the same time, if you're doing like debates with Nick Fuentes, it's not just you. Don't delude yourself into thinking that you're like reaching into his audience and making some of them change their mind. Right wingers analyze arguments in a fundamentally different way than we do. Oh my god, yeah, thank you for the gift subs, TCP UDP. But yeah, good question, Threadsless. I'm sorry, Threadsless. That's a good question. So you know, I am recognizing the nuance within that, right? I do recognize that there's a difference between going on somebody's stream and pushing back on what they're saying rather than going on their stream and maybe, you know, the worst thing you could do is just kind of like do like a social thing. You've seen people like Stardust do this with Nick Fuentes, where sometimes she's had Nick Fuentes on and she's just kind of like hanging. That's probably the worst way that you could go about that, in that it gives your audience the feeling that even if you do argue with them, you know, on the regular, you kind of like hanging out with them makes them feel like, okay, well maybe Nick Fuentes is not as bad as I thought. And you know, the damage that can go on when you're doing debates with people is that while you might feel that you won because you're analyzing things with like left-wing aesthetics, you're looking for like, you know, did I make a sound argument? Was I convincing? Did I come up with facts? Did I back those facts up? All that kind of stuff. They're looking at your posture. And if your posture is that your opponent comes out and says trans people are, you know, G rumors, right? And you're like, actually, that's incorrect, and that's, you know, and this blah 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 blah. To us, that looks like debunking, deconstructing that argument, and we're all like, yes, 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 yes. But to the right wing, that looks like they came out strong, and you backed up, and that's all they see. And so to them, their person is a hero, and you are the libcuck that, or the, you know, leftist cuck, whatever kind of, you know, variety of, you know, cuck they want to class you as, right? You are the heel. You are the wrestling heel, right? Wrestling would be boring if there were no heels. If it was only good people and no bad people, wrestling would be boring, right? You're taking their wrestling match and you're making it more exciting by providing them with a heel, right? You're providing content for them at the very basic level. And no, it's not as bad as it, you know, like what Stardust does sometimes, and it's not as bad as, you know, if you're agreeing with them on you know, racism, homophobia, transphobia, ableism, etc., right? Obviously that's worse, right? But at the same time, you got to understand that there is some harm caused by that, and there's no reason to score own goals like that, right? We really have to be cautious of this audience bifurcation, because the way that we look at debates, the way that we put together truth is fundamentally different than the way the right wing does it, right? And that's why even when you think you're winning, sometimes you're not. You know, you're helping their, at the very least, helping their stream be more interesting. But good question, really good questions. You're not changing the mind of the Turbo Hog though. It's for the well. Wait, do you think the moderate folks are like in Nick Fuentes' argument, or in Nick Fuentes' audience, right? Or in Buck Angel's audience? Yeah, I mean, I have heard these arguments before, and I understand what you're saying about that, but I think you're ignoring the different way that different people perceive argumentation, right? Even the like so-called moderates, a lot of times those people are moderates because they see a virtue in being in the middle. They have a stereotyped vision of the world where there's like extremes, and those extremes are bad and those extremes are dangerous, right? And you want to stay away from those. But if you can stay in the middle, that's, you know, so that's not a person who's thinking, you know, with their logical mind. That's a person who's enacting, I guess, a certain kind of virtue signal. So like that's even a third audience. You're talking about a centrist audience. That's a good point, right? Not everybody's maybe a right winger. There could be centrist people out there, but like you got to recognize that like that they're not grokking the argument in the same way that you are, just by the fact that you seem out of whack with what they consider to be the mainstream. Like you've lost the argument there. And then you get into a dilemma where you ask yourself, okay, so I want to win the centrist people. So should I take my argument and make it a little bit more right wing to pull it closer to the center? Because this centrist person, they're looking for an argument that's close to their position. They're looking for an argument that's close to the mainstream, right? Have you really done anything if you did that? You just changed your opinion. You know, you're kind of lying at that point. You're like lying to your audience, like, and you could say it's a strategic lie, you could say it's a calculated lie, but you've sort of lost like you know any consciousness of your own audience or the right wing audience in catering to this like centrist, like you know, whatever flavor of centrist it might be. And a lot of centrists are actually right wingers. A lot of people who will call themselves centrists, you know, are really part of that fishhook. So, but I mean, these are good. These are all really good questions. These are all really good questions. As someone who grew up in a fundamentalist Christian, a debate was never going to change my mind. At best, it can plant a seed, but the person has to be open to going down another path. It takes too much effort to keep correcting the misinfo right-wing people spout during debates. Oh my God, yeah, that's the problem that I had with the Rob Noor Demon Mama debate that Dylan platformed, right? Is that even though Demon Mama, you know, in my mind came off looking stronger, won, right? Dylan's audience just isn't savvy enough about trans issues to not be affected by the tropes that Rob Noor was throwing out. And since he was allowed to kind of go off, since he was allowed to gish gallop, there were more tropes thrown out than Demon Mama could push back on. And so you end up with Dylan's impressionable audience internalizing those ideas without even realizing it. That's what we call a brainworm. Now, like, I mean, some people don't like the term brainworm. If you want to think of it as a mind snake, fine. Think of it as a mind snake, or, you know, something that kind of slips into your consciousness, into your you know, worldview without you even recognizing its presence, right? That is the perniciousness of a trope. Is it so universal, it so reinforces like what is considered conventional wisdom that it can be adopted by somebody without even realizing that they've adopted it, right? That's, yeah, the danger in that. You're not okay, the Turbo Hog. I love the term Turbo Hog though. That's pretty cool. Nick Fuentes famously has a moderate audience, right? Maybe not Nick Fuentes, but somebody in Keemstar's audience. Yeah, I mean, I get what you're saying. I just don't not really seeing the benefit in that, especially if you end up having to water down your take in order to Oh, I forgot. Yeah, Dylan went to Ukraine, so fuck me, I guess, right? Got one. Ooh, you got one for F-bombs. Wait, are you talking about like emotes? Oh, these are F-bomb love emotes. And Beckett of Crabs love emotes. Nice. Keemstar is, yeah, he's the.
Nazism and getting
Oh, you got a gift sub for those channels. I see.
4,000 likes for it.
That's cool.
Laugh my ass off. Even the 4chan Force Fembot knows that Keffals is transphobic.
Oh my god, and that bot really likes NCC. Did you know that, chat? The 4chan Force Fem bot, which I guess is some kind of form of chat. What is it called? Chat GPT? Apparently it's an NCC fan. Who knew? I think I'm still sub to F-bombs. Anyone who doesn't block me is cool enough. Wait, who is allegedly a sex criminal? Oh, Keemstar, yes. Yes, I've heard this. I have heard this. Spot on, YouTube chat. Wait, what did YouTube chat say? Centrists are right-wingers playing like they want to hear you. I mean, not all centrists, but that is a tactic that the right-wingers use, right? They want to claim that middle territory. And so, yeah, oftentimes you'll get somebody that's calling themselves a centrist, and that's really, I mean, you could look at Tim Pool, called himself a centrist. Andy No called himself a centrist. Dave Rubin, you know, like a lot of people who are obviously, you know, pushing things to the right, you know, have kind of portrayed themselves as centrist in order to gamify the Overton window. How is anyone mad at the Force Fem AI chat? What? That is funny. That is very funny. Yeah, and I shouldn't be that. I'm not really flexing the fact that Force Fem chatbot likes me, right? That's not necessarily an argument in my favor. Is there evidence that any kind of mindset is so widespread? Oh my god, like what kind of mindset? Sorry, I'm trying to read your chat here. Like, I was under the impression that caring about facts was basically drilled into us by evolution, and a few strong pushbacks on irrational position can move most people over. Do you think that's what's going on online, or do you think that most of the what's going on is like a parasocial, like ask yourself, like, how similar this is to like watching television or movies? And if your answer is fairly similar, then, you know, what you're doing is not really, I think you have to be conscious in order to be, you know, using your logical processes in place of your affinity for certain streamers and your, you know, disaffinity for other streamers, right? A lot of times in this world, that is what people use, right? Are they agreeing with the person that I like, rather than you know, is it logical? Like, I get that, like, you know, it's seen as a virtue, but it's like a really easy virtue to forget. And most of the time, people aren't thinking completely logically. Most of the time, there's so many other things going on, right? Parasocial stuff can throw a lot of that off. Yeah, and it is a complex mess, to be sure. Keemstar?
I think Keffals is a great example of how gender essentialism and gender stereotypes are so prevalent and deeply embedded in our understanding of gender that not even the trans community as a whole can break away from its hold on our understanding of who we are. In many ways, I think Keffals is a great example of how even trans people fall into the same traps that transphobes do. This is something that this isn't even saying anything. Like, this isn't actually even saying anything. That's the funniest part.
Wait. That's not funny. That's an AI chatbot. They use like math plus like machine learning to spit out language that is meant to approximate a human thought. That's not surprising at all. That is what you would expect. It's not a person. Does Keffals understand this is not a person? Does Keffals get that a chatbot is not a person, right?
That sent something. What was this?
Oh my god.
Someone with absolutely
Yeah, it sounds like Keemstar said some yikesy stuff.
no idea how to combat fascism. Here's how we combat fascism. Who in the is this? Like, who the is this? I don't know who this is. Who is it?
Whoever it is, you're bringing them up on stream and directing like hate towards them. I am not going to make that window bigger. Who is that? A person. Yeah.
Trans author? Okay. Combating fascism is obviously updates on Twitter, right? That's a takeaway. You never debate these people, never. Scorched earth and organizing according to your own values is the only approach. This woman is a pundit and should be ignored on all issues of substance. Shut the f up. Holy shit. Yes, you know, when all of these transphobes are organizing to take away
I gotta say though, that song is a banger.
our rights because
really
they
like
want
that.
us all to when they want to make as
I
many of
just
us
wish
kill
we could get a different version of it that was like, Weasel time, come on, let's go! Yeah, Weasel time.
ourselves when they
That's
want
my
to even
meme,
take
chat.
that
That's my
further,
meme.
and they want to line us all up and shoot us all. Oh yeah, we shouldn't take any opportunity to try and convince people. You know what was really up? It was really up of the Communist Party in the Weimar Republic to platform.
She has a tendency to leave Twitter accounts on stream for a really long time so everybody sees that. She's correct. Oh, you're talking about the trans author, right? She is correct. Record your own? I should. Yeah, I should. Well, I mean, we've already got the weasel, we've already got Zara made a weasel, I called, I think I was calling Keffals a weasel. I'm not sure. It was Keffals versus Bad Empanada, so one or the other of them were being a weasel, and I called it out. I said, weasel! Weasel, weasel, weasel! Right? And Zara did a remix of that, so, pretty cool stuff. We'll play that at some point, maybe before the Amon animations. What is Keffals doing to fight the G side of trans people other than yelling at people online? Well, that's what I was saying. It's the ironic thing is that she's the one with the power to do something, not randos on Twitter. You know, she's got the platform and she should be the one, you know, fighting the good fight. And instead she's like turned her guns at her own side. Wait, Hilda has the best shit weasel. Oh my god, I didn't even think of shit weasels. Yeah, I mean, I was just calling people weasels. I didn't even get to the shit weasel part. I love the weasel remix. It's a crack up. Yeah, and leaving Twitter accounts on screen for a long time, it's not great. It's especially if you're talking about somebody that's like got a smaller presence and doesn't have the ability to, doesn't have that platform to be able to you know, meet you on even terms. I always try to avoid that. Do we need a weasel emote? Maybe we do. Oh my gosh, maybe we do.
The Nazi Party by attending the same political debates as them. That was so.
She is inviting harassment on them. Well, wait. The harassment is just beginning here.
Up. Holy shit. I can't believe that those yikesy communists would espouse their beliefs on a national stage like that. That's so cringe. The left is so dude. So they're so fucked. No. Saying organize is like the thoughts and prayers of the left. It's like the like grabbing your rosary beads of the left.
This is a Hawes take. This is like, I've heard a very similar take from Infrared, okay? Right? Organizing doesn't mean shit. All you can do is, like, what, harass people on Twitter? I mean, like, she's... It's like, she's so wrong here. She's so wrong. I mean, I guess you could say that people say, let's organize, and then they don't organize, right? People say a lot of good things and then don't follow up on it. But yeah, literally organizing is all that we can do, right? And by organize, You're talking about putting together coalitions, right? You've got different liberatory movements, and you want to get them together, working on the same side, fighting the same battle. How do you best do that? And Keffals' answer seems to be by getting the most marginalized among us to shut the fuck up and get out of our way. And let the people with the most privilege, who least understand what we're actually up against, let them take charge. But everybody else, everybody in the back, shut up. Shut up and let the pros handle this, right? This is so ass backwards. This is so ass backwards, right? What the fuck has Keffals even done for the left? Her fans don't even know she's a socialist sometimes. Wait, Mike? Are we talking about Mike from PA? Mike from PA? Is it the Mike that we're talking about? Yeah, she did. She did, and I wish she'd get... And unfortunately, it's still up, though. She did take it down temporarily, but she's not concerned with that anymore, apparently. She's concerned with random trans accounts on Twitter. That's what she's doing right now. That's the battle that she's fighting right now. Not the battle against Kiwi Farms, not the battle against Greg Abbott, not the battle against DeSantis, but the battle against other trans people. This is pretty sad. She tried to get the Clout Network to do that to Polly. Yeah, and like Threadsless, if you weren't here earlier, and for anybody else, like I acknowledge that she has done some good stuff. Like she did a great job fundraising for Southern Equality. She did a great job fighting against Destiny. She did a great job, fighting against the Mango Ranch, the KF, as you said earlier, right? But she even did a pretty good job opposing the debate perverts. But at some point, she decided, if you can't beat them, join them. And she's joined them. She is part of that Vosh Clout network. So in a lot of ways, what we're seeing is her become everything that she used to fight. That's what's so sad about this, is that she did take down temporarily, but let's give her credit for that, because not a lot of people have done that, yeah? And that's a tough boss to fight. She did take down that boss, at least temporarily, right? But what's she doing now? She's emulating KF. She's acting like KF. She's attacking the same enemies that KF has. Like, that's what's so sad. That's the tragedy. That's the entire tragedy of this, is she has done good things. She's capable of doing good things. She has seemed, to have good intentions, right? It wouldn't be if she acted like Keemstar for her entire career. I don't think anybody would notice any of this stuff. I don't think anybody would care. But that's not who she was. That's just kind of who she's turning into. And that's the tragedy of this all, right? This isn't about, like, talking shit about Keffals or puffing myself up or anything like that, right? It's not about personalities. It's about a movement. It's about solidarity. And that solidarity moves on with or without us. When we show ourselves to be too fragile to facilitate that movement needs to have some kind of binding force to hold it together. And I would say that binding force is solidarity. It's really hard to have solidarity, though, when you're shitting on people that are more marginalized than you. And that's what we got going on with Keffals. And it really sucks. It really sucks. You either die a hero or you live long enough to see yourself become a villain. I know which one I'd choose. Let me try to read more chat. I'm so bad at this. Most people don't know. W and T to be connected to Vosh. Wait, don't know Keffals to be connected to Vosh. Yeah, I mean, like, Vosh has a clout network is a question I'm getting. Yeah, so, like, if somebody criticizes Vosh, you'll see Xanderhall clap back, Demon Mama clap back. If somebody criticizes Xanderhall, like DJ Mule, you'll see, like, all of Vosh's friends clap back. Yeah, it's kind of you know, I mean, a clout network. It's a network built on the clout of the person at the center of it, that being Vosh, right? So if you're part of that clout network, you're gonna see conflicts through Vosh's eyes because your career is somewhat reliant on Vosh's success. If you get attacked, you're gonna be, justly or unjustly, you're gonna be counting on Vosh to be able to push back on that, right? So, instead of maybe saying what you believe, you find yourself echoing what the person at the head of that clout human centipede is saying, right? And you can only be as good as that person, will let you, because if you make them look bad in contrast to you, you present a challenge to them. The fortress. Oh yeah, the fortress arc. That's what's up, Captain Terrible. Isn't it more about just chasing views? I mean, that's part of it too. Yeah, you get higher views. Just like when I was friendly, not friendly, but like when I was when I went easier on people like Vosh and Destiny, right? Because I don't think I was ever in a situation where I didn't call them out at all. But when I minimized the degree to which I called them out, then I would benefit from that relationship with them. If I'd had Destiny on, some Destiny people would come and watch me. If I'd had Dylan on, some Dylan, or Dylan had me on, some Dylan people would come and watch me. So there's a incentive there for me to continue to cover them in a way that's beneficial towards them, to go easy on them, to minimize my criticisms, and to defend them if they get attacked. That's kind of how this happens. I don't think it's necessarily like conscious. I don't think you sign a contract. Well, you might sign a contract with White Nervosa for a website, but in general, you're not signing a contract with these people. It's not like a formalized agreement. It's just that, you start to see the benefit of echoing their viewpoints, of agreeing with them, of refraining from criticizing them, and doing things that are going to ingratiate you to them, because if I'm sort of aligned with Vosh, then the more Vosh likes me, the more likely I might get a shout out, I might get brought onto Vosh's stream, right? There's all kinds of benefits that could come from that. But at the same time as you get the benefits, you're also having people from Vosh's community join your community. That means if you ever do decide to criticize Vosh, you're going to be more likely to lose subscribers. And so a lot of people just don't make those criticisms. So yeah, I want to make sure I'm being real clear about what I'm saying. I don't think it's a super conscious arrangement for a lot of people. Like, I talked to Shark about this. Shark was in chat a few months ago, Shark 300, and Shark didn't think of himself as being part of any clout network, right? And it's not something that was conscious for him. For him, he was just like, oh no, I just like tend to agree with these people. But, I mean, that ends up having an effect, and agreeing with those people and being friendly with those people and having that audience crossover is something that makes it harder for you to criticize them down the line if you do have a disagreement, and to make those criticisms in a way that's not going to be detrimental to their brand. Because if you are part of that clout human centipede, if you are attached, to Vosh, then damaging Vosh's brand also damages your brand. And so yeah, it's just kind of the way that people act. It's a dynamic, a phenomenon on stream.
Not organizing. She's writing her books and she's chronic.
I misheard you. Ambex. I don't know how to say your name. Ambex Texan. Most people don't want to most people don't want to be connected to Voosh.
Addicted to Twitter. Like, come on.
I've tried nothing, and I'm all out of ideas.
Yeah, these people don't give a fuck about fighting fascism. They won't even be in the same room as a fascist. And like furthermore, these people are not actually leftists.
Like, don't get me wrong, I think they're mostly friends, but they pick topics that get views. I mean, yeah, I mean, there's a lot going on. True. That's what I think I see what you're saying. I think Vosh has branched away from. Oh, you're right. You're right. Yeah, no, Vosh and Destiny are not friends anymore. They have not been friends for a while. That's one of the biggest splits. So that's why we were talking about the Destiny Clout Network and the Vosh Clout Network, right? The other one being like the Twitch Politics Clout Network, which is maybe not quite as centralized around one big creator, but one of the most reactionary clout networks out there. How do we tell the difference between a clout network and people having similar positions? When you see, oh, it's just like a black hole, right? So if you you know how they tell, okay, I think they can actually see a black hole now with a powerful telescope, but back in the day they couldn't, right? And it was controversial whether black holes existed. I think it was theorized maybe by Einstein that something like this should exist just to make all the, you know, all of his theories like work. You know, there would have to be like a black hole. But when they first noticed black holes, they didn't see, you know, the structure itself. What they saw was light bending around it, right? So where you have like a area of extreme density, you'll see light move in a different direction than it normally would. And so with a clout network, you'll see people's opinions bend in a way that they normally wouldn't. You'll see somebody like Demon Mama, who started off her career as an intersectional leftist, adopt more similar positions to Vosh. Does that mean she always agrees with Vosh? No. But it means that that she's gonna tend towards agreeing with him more than she normally would, because it's, you know, it's beneficial for her. So yeah, that's
because leftists.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to get sidetracked, but I do want to explain this stuff.
If you don't believe that people can change, there is no reason to even try to change the world. Because if things can't change,
I mean, Captain Terrible, I don't really have a strained relationship. I mean, Demon Mama, I guess, doesn't like me. Xander Hall doesn't like me. I have no idea how Vosh feels about me. But it's more that I disagree with them. And I think they're doing harm to the left. I think they're doing harm to the movement. I think they are an impediment towards our solidarity. But I'm more concerned with the effect that their platforms have than their personalities, who they are. It's just, believe me, it's not personal for me, right? This is like, I view streaming as having a purpose. And, you know, that purpose, if you're a leftist, is to help to build our liberatory movements and to achieve solidarity and to abolish unjust hierarchies and like leave the world maybe a slightly better place than we found it. And if you've got all that in mind, it's hard to, you know, care too much about the personalities, right? I mean, I can tell you streamers that I think are assholes, but in the big picture, that doesn't really matter as much.
What the is the point? There's no point at all.
But yeah, I don't hate anybody.
Yeah, it's like,
we still can't see black holes, but we can see the stuff. Yeah, we can see the stuff around them, and we see the stuff to start to behave differently than it would otherwise. We can hypothesize that there is a large or not large, but a very dense structure in that proximity, right?
For so many years, leftists have struggled to have a platform. They've struggled so hard to be platformed. And now they don't even want to be on platforms. They want to be insular. They want to be useless. They want to be defeated. They have no point.
I think that you should be intentional, right? And then in some cases, doing content with certain other people, there's nothing of value that can be achieved there. Yeah? And maybe there's some harm that could be a risk, right? But like, yeah, you should be able to do both. And when you're controlled by your quest for clout, when you're controlled by your career, when you're controlled by content brain, you're not able to call the shots, because that's what's calling the shots, right? And so if you want to think with this content brain and be like, oh my god, Keemstar, that sounds like content to me. Yeah, that's definitely content, but I don't know if it's going to get you where you want to be going if what you're looking for is like, you know, to affect the world in a positive way.
Even exist. They have turned what could be a movement that could make everyone's lives better.
Oh yeah, good question, Taco Cat. Why would I want to be in the same room as a fascist? This is such a skewed observation of objective reality.
Into a f***ing joke. Into a social club. By social rejects.
Okay, here's the problem. That's Vosh's take right there, right? The left is not your social club, said Vosh several years ago. But let me add something to that. Let me add the unspoken part. The unspoken part that Vosh didn't say. He said the left is not your social club. The unspoken part being it's mine. And that's the problem. That's the problem. It's largely his social club. Case in point. A certain streamer named Aristocracy. Do we know who Aristocracy is? Twitch streamer, YouTuber, Aristocracy, VTuber, Aristocracy, right? So Vosh had Aristocracy on because he wanted kind of like a puffy interview, you know, an interview that made him look good, an interview that wasn't really challenging him in any, you know, significant way. And he got that from Aristocracy. Yeah? Now, like, Vosh, you know, does content with a lot of different people. You know, some of them are socialists, some of them are anarchists, some of them are liberals, some of them are centrists, right? But Aristocracy's kind of a weird one because she's an extreme reactionary. She's got what I would call, and most people would call, like, racist views of Palestinians. And she's also she's been associated with the politics discord that is, you know, one of the biggest havens for far right reactionaries in the entirety of the internet, right? Aristocracy, you know, at least at the time that she was interviewing Vosh, I don't know where she's at now, but considered herself to be a monarchist, right? Considered herself to be a monarchist, believed in, you know, kings and queens, or in castles, because I guess that's what she studied, right? That's who Vosh had on. Now, people in Vosh's community thought that Aristocracy was a leftist. Because who did she hang around with? Leftists, right? She hung around with people on the left, and you know, like leftists. She didn't really talk a lot, I don't think, to Vosh about her particular take on things. But by virtue of Vosh kind of you know, playing nice with her on stream, which of course he was going to do because she was giving him a very complimentary interview, people came away with the impression that she was on the left somehow. And the reverse is true. She's a far-right reactionary, okay? As another streamer has once called her, she is the apartheid anime girl, right? So that's what Vosh platformed. And, like, I mean, that's... What was I even responding to?
They pretend that if you just, like, put your fingers in your ears and go la 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 la, all of the people they disagree with in the world just magically disappear.
Bag protection system. Ambiguobot, you are on it. You are on it. Yeah, bag protection system is exactly what it is. Oh my god, I'm so far behind in the chat. Oh my god, chat, I love that you are so talkative today. It sounds like you're reading into Vosh's word a lot of meaning. I'm not talking about reading into his words at all. I'm talking about the effect of his platform. I'm talking about what interacting with certain people in certain ways what effect it'll have on your audience, okay? And in Vosh's audience, you had, basically a lot of people that Vosh does content with are assumed to be leftists. I had to convince people that Dylan Burns was not a leftist, and he's not. He's never been. He's a liberal. I mean, he's not, a far-right chud or anything like that, right? But by virtue of having done content with people like Demon Mama and Vosh, their audiences came away with the impression that he was on the same side. So these things do have effects, right? And there is a pipeline that gets formed. Like when you look at the alternative influences study, the study that mapped out like kind of the social networks established by streamers doing content with each other, you saw how somebody could get from like, some mild-mannered conservative to like a far-right reactionary in not too many steps, right? And that was a little shocking from people. What's even more shocking though is that you could place Destiny on those grids, right? And like obviously Destiny's a lot more right-wing than it used to be, but not somebody that I would call like a far-right reactionary. And yet there's a pipeline that goes from Destiny to further right people. When he has somebody like Counterpoints, right, is a great example, because Counterpoints hardcore hides his power level, okay? Counterpoint, like I debated Counterpoints and came away with the impression that Counterpoints was some kind of like centrist, that like, well, I really like traditional values, but I also care about workers' rights. Counterpoints was absolutely playing me, right? Counterpoints absolutely I didn't know what he was up to. I didn't know what he was really doing. But yeah, the dude is a far right weirdo pretending to be a centrist, okay? And Destiny got played by Counterpoints in the same kind of way, and then like not to mention like Lauren Southern and Nick Fuentes, right? So yeah, I mean like these platforms have an effect, and it's sometimes not super clear cut. But if what you're trying to do is support your agenda, support what you believe in, you can kind of own goal. You can kind of you could be a feeder, right? You can harm your cause rather than help your cause without realizing it, and you can make money at it. And for some people, that money justifies a lot of losses. And that's where the L comes from. Not the L being left, but the L as in losing, right? On the left, on Twitch especially. That's where we're giving the game away. We're not thinking strategically. We're so stuck in our own little careers. We're stuck in our own worlds. We're stuck in our own little chase for clout that we don't see the bigger picture of how what we're doing on our platforms is affecting the overall picture. And I'm not somebody like I've got, I don't know how many people in my stream today, right? But I don't think I'm huge. I'm not like as big as you could name so many creators that are bigger than me, right? So I'm aware of the insignificance of my place in the universe, and yet I also am aware of the effect of something like the flap of a butterfly's wing on the overall weather patterns of the world, right? Like small things can have big effects downstream, and small effects tend to aggregate with other effects. So if what you want is your platform to be achieving the political ends that you seek, rather than serving to take us away from those, then you have to think more strategically rather than just getting content brained, right? Sorry, I'm totally derailing here, chat. Derailing so bad.
God damn.
L being liberal, there we go.
Oh my god. This bitch. Yelling at the person that helped coordinate the international effort to take down notorious hate cipher fascists that caused multiple suicides. You don't know how to fight fascists. Her response, Kiwi Farms is still up.
Yeah, so like you're pointing out that when I added the words, Bosch said it's not your social club, and I added the words, the unspoken part is it's mine. What I'm saying is that it has become his social club, and if you fight against that, if you stand against the bastardization of leftism that Vosh represents, you will be a target of him and his network, right? That's what I mean by, you know, it's not your friend group, it's his. That's what that means, yeah. So, what would you take out of Hassan platforming Andrew Tate? Because I necessarily think you shouldn't have these people on, but when you have them on, crush them and make their ideology look silly and unhinged. The thing is, I watched that debate, okay, and I can't speak too hard for this, okay, right? I did watch that debate. I did watch the Andrew Tate debate, and what I noticed is that like Hassan came out looking really good to his own chat. I'm not sure how he looked to Andrew Tate's chat. I'm not how like I mean, you saw what Andrew Tate did. This guy is boring. This guy is boring. He doesn't understand content. Get him off, get him off, get him off, right? Now, you and I know that that was because Andrew Tate was afraid of being exposed, Simp Daddy Kane. But I don't think his audience necessarily gets that. So, I mean, I don't know. I know that Hassan feels like he did some good there. And I mean, it was definitely cathartic for me to see. I'm not really sure about the effect overall. Tate's popularity started diminishing. See, I'm a little bit uncomfortable making the assumption that that's tied to the debate with Hassan. Like I said, you know, we all got to know our place in the universe. And even though Hassan is like the biggest, am I right about that? Is Hassan the biggest political streamer on Twitch? Is that correct? I think that's true. Yeah. Hassan is the biggest, even though he's the biggest political streamer on Twitch, there's still, you know, does he have the reach to take down Tate? I don't know about that. It's a wild day. The clout human centipede's current activism seems to be normalizing the R slur. I get that Y2K fashion is blowing up again, but let's not bring back the ableist slurs, please. Hassan can take down Tate without bringing him on. That's true. That's true. His popularity after, see, like, but that's, you understand the difference between correlation and causation, right? That's what we're getting to here, and it's really hard to, like, you know, tie one event to a certain trend that happened after it, right? If Tate's decline in popularity has to do with, yeah, oh god, yeah, god, and Hassan debated Tate way before the arrest happened, just so everybody's clear on that. The debate between Hassan and Tate, was that like April of last year? I think it was like, yeah, like it was early last year. Andrew Tate is one of the most popular people in the world was one of the most popular people in the world in 2022. Yet I feel like he kind of, oh, thank you, Slime NB, thank you for the follow. I think he continued to be one of the most popular people in the world until the stuff about the charges of human trafficking came out.
You know who also says Kiwi Farms is still up? The Kiwi Farms users in my Twitter replies. What a bitch. Jesus Christ. No, this bitch is an op. Absolutely an op. I can't stand this.
Like, I mean, I see what you're saying, Simp Daddy Kane, and it's entirely, like, possible that, you know, that Hassan had, like, I don't know how you'd go about, like, proving that. Like, I don't know how because, like, all you got for me right now is correlation. Yeah? And maybe, like, a hypothetical mechanism of causation, right? And that's, you know, I mean, it's an interesting theory. That's about all I can say about it. You think that Tate's popularity has increased off the whole situation? Hassan was actively trying to call out his human trafficking and get him to incriminate himself. Greta Thunberg hurt him more than Hassan did, says Dragon Princess. So we got some disagreement in the chat about the influence of Hassan and Andrew Tate's downfall. I just don't know how we'd ever, you know, fact find about that, right?
No need for slurs. Leave my chat.
Yeah, I mean, these are all good questions, chat, but Sarah's right. We gotta...
Then I don't want you here. Like, if you're going to virtue signal at me about slurs, do not watch the stream. You are not welcome here.
Keffals uses genderqueer in the same way the right uses SJW. I think debates like Hassan versus Tate can help people who aren't big fans of either party. It's never just one person.
I don't care. Actually, if any of the mods can ban every single person who says stop using slurs, I don't want them there. I hate tenderqueer.
Will says it's the G... Okay, sorry, I'm not gonna get distracted.
This is not the space for
but
you.
But yeah, good thoughts,
go
chat.
Make a Picrew like this burner account and go hang out with the other Picrews. God. I just, like, I can't stand it.
For somebody who doesn't care, she gets angry and reactive a lot.
Yeah, no. Yeah, they come to my stream to tone police me. Like, there should be a space on the internet for queer people who can be edgy. There isn't. There isn't because tenderqueers dominate the entire space.
Like, they do? Tell me about the, like, tenderqueer streamer that's bigger than Vosh, then. I don't see it, Keffals. I really don't see it.
Like it. God.
Keffals being okay with slurs is something.
Yeah,
using slurs is not just tone.
To be honest, that was a combination of luck and her belligerent defense mechanism. Most people are harassed and on every platform.
Look, when we talk about tone policing, what that is like, you know, a trans person's mad at transphobia, going off, and you're like, you know, like, you're being kind of abrasive towards cis people. That's what tone policing is, right? That's tone policing. Like, you know, a black person who's angry about racism, and you're like, aren't you being a little hostile? If you want to get people on your side, shouldn't you try to be like a little bit nicer? And that's tone policing, like, right? It's not like, you know, hey, while you're like fighting for trans liberation, could you not like reinforce the pejoratives against disabled people, for instance? That's not the same thing.
And they did blah 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 blah. But like, Jesus Christ, what a fucking loser.
Yeah, good point. Ian.
I can't wait
DJ
until
Cooper.
that comes out about this account. Like, eventually people are going to start discoursing about the boy wife burner account, and it's going to be very funny. Because like, I didn't need to do this, right? I could have just like opened the tweets individually in an incognito tab, but I knew if I made the boy wife Picrew burner account, they would get even more mad at me, and I hate them, and I want them to know that I hate them. Because they're going after Aaron now, so now I'm going to bully the out of them, so they attack me instead, because they're and it's so easy.
Okay, so there you have it. There's her explanation, at least, for why she's doing this, right? She's triggering the SJWs because they were going after her friend Aaron, and if they go after Keffals instead because Keffals does whatever this Picrew shit is, right? Then I guess like she's taken one for the team. I don't know. Are we buying this? Oh, listen, like, Threadsless, yeah, like, what happened to her earlier this year was terrible. Yeah, no, I absolutely agree with you, right? She's suffered some serious real-life harassment that's, just horrible, and, that's what makes this even sadder, right? That's what makes it even sadder. And she did, you know, she has done some good work, like, right? This wouldn't be a big deal if this was just some random ass debate bozo shitlord, but it's not. It's Keffals, and a lot of trans people specifically and people in general placed a lot of hope in Keffals because she did do good work and she did fight the good fight, right? But at some point she decided that she needed the protection of Vosh's network. She signed up to be part of the Whiteleaf network. Do we understand that? Keffals has her website through Vosh's sysadmin. She is tied to the hip with this guy. If she wanted to criticize him, if she wanted to part ways, it's not a simple breakup at this point. She would need a new website, and there just isn't a replacement for what Whiteleaf does that's easy to come by. I mean, I'm sure, she does have like, maybe more of an income than a lot of people. So if anybody could put it together, it would be her, but it would be a huge pain in the ass. She would be more dependent on platforms like YouTube and Twitch, platforms that, given what she's saying, she might get a ban from. So she'd be more exposed to like losing income from getting banned, right? It would be a huge thing for her now if she wanted to pull out of the Vosh network, right? She's officially in there, right? And I said before that it's generally not like you don't sign on a dotted line, but you actually do when it comes to getting a website from Whiteleaf, right? From Vosh's sysadmin. You are tied to them, and you've seen what happens to people who make either Vosh or his sysadmin mad, is that they lose their websites.
Redirect their attention. Literally, fascists with burner accounts could start any discourse and make them all follow it because they're idiots.
Wait, well, so there's two sides to this, Earthshock. There's Vosh's network, as in the informal alliances, the people that are friendly with him, Demon Mama, Xander Hall, what are they called now? Xena and Poppy, I think they used to be called TGT. But like, I mean, you all know that the like other streamers that are friendly with Vosh. So like, they're on one hand, like it's like an informal network that benefits from being friendly with Vosh by having some overlap in audience, but then also becomes tied to Vosh by that same overlap in audience, right? In other words, if you're like that and you have some big disagreement with Vosh, it doesn't really behoove you to make a big deal about that or to call Vosh out on that, because you are counting on some of the same viewers that are watching Vosh. And if you have a big fight with Vosh, you're going to lose some of those people, right? And you're not going to get shout outs and like, right? So it's just a network, right? A clout network. Somebody has clout and they're able to do things for other people, right? And as long as those people are friendly towards them, that beneficence continues. And if it changes, right, then that person is not just going to be on the outs with Vosh, but they're going to be out on the outs with the whole group, right? So on one level, that's what a clout network is. With Vosh, it's a little bit more, though, because some of the closest people to Vosh also get websites through his sysadmin. And now you're in a situation where part of your income is literally tied to your relationship with Vosh and that group of people. I hope that explains. I don't want to dwell on this too hard, right? But it is a concept that a lot of people don't really get. White Forest was open source. Now, it comes from an open source origins, right? It comes from the Destiny website code, which was, what is it called? I think it's public domain. White Nervosa took the code, tried to implement it, found out that she couldn't do it by herself, and then went and talked to Destiny's sysadmin, I guess, and got some of the finer details down about how to actually implement this code. And then she created Whiteleaf, which is no longer, my understanding is that Whiteleaf, the Whiteleaf code is no longer public access. Like, I could be wrong about that, but I'm pretty sure that's been, sort of, I don't know what the word for encoding is for it, but that you can't just like, gank the Whiteleaf code the same way that she ganked the Destiny code. White Forest was pulled from an open source fork of DGG, but it's hosted and run by her. Okay, so yeah, there's also hosting, right? And that's the other thing that she provides. And because she's got so many people on there, she's able to kind of like provide, I'm guessing, like, and we don't even know the financial arrangements, right? So it's not like a direct payment. That's all we kind of know. That Vosh pays her directly, but other people on that Leaf network don't. So, you know, it's unclear. We think it's something to do with White Nervosa having some of the rights to their media. And the reason we think that is because when I covered one of Xander Hall's streams, I got a message from YouTube saying that somebody tried to take your channel down. You know, somebody tried to strike you, and when they show you who it was White Nervosa, right? Wasn't Xander Hall, wasn't the person who created the content. It was the admin of Xander Hall's website. So we think that maybe that's what White Nervosa gets out of this, but it's unclear. It's unclear.
Dildo Chris in hardcore cope mode.
Sysadmins are replaceable when it's an established thing. Then yes, right? But there aren't competitors, right? This is like right now. If you want to get like a website up and running, yeah, God, I hate to. It sounds like I'm giving advice here, right? But they're kind of the only game in town. There's an open source fork of it from Destiny, but I don't even know if that's like useful. Like look, point me out to the other point me out to the alternatives to White Leaf if you know them. I don't know of any, right? Of the people who are operating websites, you know, for like streamer websites, right? And so just so you understand the benefit of this, the reason that they do this is because like right now, if you give me a sub on Twitch, Twitch takes half of my money. If you give me a membership on YouTube, YouTube takes 30% of that money, right? If I had my own website and you were to sub there, I would get virtually all of that money. So it basically, you know, with YouTube or with Twitch, it doubles your money. With YouTube, it increases your money by like 30%, right? So there's definitely like there's something in this. They're not just getting these websites for nothing. This actually financially benefits them pretty greatly. Fiverr, yeah, go look, make it happen. Like, look, here's the deal. If people in chat think that White Leaf is replaceable, then replace it. Somebody grab that Destiny fork code, make it work, make it happen, and come to me with a proposal. Right? We can talk business, okay? If you can get me a website, I would very much like to have that. So, you know, like, let me know who's doing this, who I can go to that's not White Nervosa, you know, who I won't be tied at the hip to if I sign on the dotted line. Because, like, honestly, signing with White Nervosa, even if she didn't hate my guts, right, that's like, that's very, I had a chance to get a White Nervosa website, right? I had one offered to me by somebody who was a personal friend of White Nervosa. And I said no because I didn't want Vosh and or White Nervosa to have that much control over me, right? I thought it was a bad idea, and I'm so glad I didn't. I'd be in a horrible place right now if they could just pull the website from me. But yeah, if you think it's easy to do, find me that alternative because I don't think it's out there. Sure, if someone like Keffals could pay for someone to make a website for her, but there is an incentive for people to not leave if they have someone program and alternative and hosting and have White Nervosa transfer the subs over to.
App featuring Keffals and Tupac. Okay. What in the is this?
Fuck your wife, Chris.
There we go.
Okay, that is about enough of copyrighted music, yes.
So. I wonder what
You cut most of the music. Should I go back to it?
Dreaded Jai is up to.
Like I said before, this is the person that Keffals got into this giant ass beef with, and I guess Jai is the reason that Keffals has ostensibly that Keffals has blocked like half of Black Twitter.
If the online trans community won't support their own, then they are no longer...
You're gonna make a FOSS streaming platform? Yes.
...a part of our community. Can you imagine we had this toxicity 20 years ago? We'd be done...
Yeah, you're right. Twitch takes 1/2. It's a lot.
...the water by now. Oh, yeah, no. I'm absolutely with you.
You wanted to hear that tube pop.
And I am going to fix this. Like, they've been throwing rocks at me forever, and I've been like, oh, I don't want to hurt them. You know, I don't want to be mean to them because they're part of my community, but they never did the same for me, right? So I'm not doing it anymore. Like if they want to on me, like I can just like cover it on stream and they
Weasel time, come on, let's go. Oh my god, I need some weasel time.
Community won't support their own, then they are no
I
longer
need
a
some
part of
weasel
our community.
time. Oh my god, we're only at
Imagine
40
if
minutes.
Toxicity 20 years ago, we would
I'm sorry for the derail, but honestly, Chad is asking some really good questions here. Like, this is making me think.
yeah, no. Lefty infighting over bad no words. Like
Yes, you just heard some Tupac.
these people are literally like they're like school children. They're like fundamentalist Christians. The good news, at least from what I've experienced, genderqueers aren't as common relative to the trans population as they used to be in the Tumblr era. Yeah, Tumblr era was like so bad.
Just ask yourself, how much does this sound like a right-wing channel at this point? Oh god, fucking Tumblr. Oh. Holy shit.
Does anyone here agree that you're only canceled if you like? I'm not actually canceled. They are incapable of canceling me. They just continue to try. But the problem is that my platform is so big that I have escaped the orbit of genderqueer Twitter. Like, they can't. It doesn't.
So here's my question. If they can't touch you, why are you so worried? Right? Why do you need to be so vindictive? If they can't hurt you, and they're small little, like, Lilliputians down there, it's just really another word for SJW. Why would you be worried? Keffals calling people children while being a high school bully. Yeah, that, I mean, it does have that air to it, doesn't it?
It could never actually happen. Wait, what's wrong? Oh, no, I saw.
I'm correct. Thank you, Phoenix. Yeah, these genderqueers on Tumblr. Oh, sorry, Lilliputian, it's in Gulliver's Travels. There's Gulliver travels to the island of Lilliput, and everybody on Lilliput is teeny tiny, right? But when this big giant washes up on their shores, they get really scared, and they throw ropes over him to try to tie him down. So, you know, in case he wakes up and, like, destroys the village. But of course, like, he's giant, so he just gets up and breaks all of their ropes, and there's nothing they can really do. I guess what I'm saying is if you're really escaped their orbit, then why are you so worried? Keffals banning anyone that pushes back against her is sure helped her learn and change. Sarcasm.
I was like trying to find the one thing that was happening.
Chat, what would you think if I just like if I was like, all right, stream today, we're gonna go take a look at my haters' Twitter feed. I'm sorry, Twitter timeline. We're just gonna scroll down. Yeah, this is one of my biggest haters. You haven't ever heard of them. You don't know who this is, but yeah, this is this person hates my guts. I hate their guts. Let's look for some things to make fun of them for, though. I don't know. I feel like that would get old.
Oh my god, I hate this too.
Especially if they were just kind of a random person.
Like someone saying, if you claim yourself to be a trans activist or a trans educator, but refuse to educate or advocate in spaces where people don't agree with you, you're not an educator or an activist. That's true. That's literally true. You can't claim to be an activist if you don't do activism. You can't claim to be an educator if you don't do education. If you're only...
Oh my god, good question. Threadsless says, what should I call a White Forest clone? I'm bad with names. Like maybe a different biome and a different color? Gray shrubbery? Yeah, gray shrubbery.
Preaching to the choir in a space where everyone already agrees
Anybody
with
else
you.
got ideas?
That's not activism. That's being part of a religion. It doesn't even make any sense. You're just a lib. It's an echo chamber. It's a hug box. It's like The only way you can
You're saying this from a giant echo chamber hug box, though. Keffals, you're heaven banned. You literally ban anybody who has a mild disagreement with you. What do you, like, how are you making this criticism? How are you even making this criticism?
actually change people's
Blue Wolf.
perspective is to leave where you're comfortable with. You
Eggshell Marsh?
can't just like go to
Pink Desert.
like the you know, you can't just like go to the trans group chat or wherever the and be like, you know, try and convince people that trans people are okay there. That's dumb.
But you can go to the Keffals group chat and try to, and you won't have any pushback on the fact that Keffals is okay. You're not going to hear any criticism there.
Thank you, Keffals, for exiting Twitter space in a completely predictable fashion, saying he my wife. he really he's.
Yarble says, the thing I can't stand about the debate sphere is all the yelling. It never stops and it gives me a headache, even when they're not debating, right? Keffals hiding in her echo chamber, calling out other people's echo chambers. People in a glass echo chamber shouldn't fling insults or something.
I love how he was like adding me even though he has me blocked, because I never saw this until now. Why allow Keffals back in after like that? That is disappointing.
Purple Beach?
He was such a bad look for their cause. Holy shit. You're a I don't care. I don't care. Like, Jesus Christ. I'm not representing a Jesus.
To Pelzy, yeah, the yelling. Do these people live in houses? Do they not have roommates? I worry about other people in my building whenever I get going. I don't think I ever yell like this, though.
I love it's like the people who despise trans people saying this. It's like, you don't know. Like, if I'm pissing you off, I'm doing something right. Because, like, if I did what you wanted me to be, I wouldn't be effective. I'm an agitator. Like, people like Aaron's an educator. I don't educate for shit, really. I can talk about my personal experiences, but most of what I...
Mother, please stop fake spelling. I can't take you to the emergency room. Her yelling, she doesn't care, sure. I am not owned. I am not owned. Keffals is, yeah, she's definitely pissed off. Cannot wait for Fosh and Xander Hall to... Oh, God. You should see what Xander Hall posted, right? If we can get to the end of this, like, where she shows her strategy. Like, so she already showed you the boy wife. She showed you her alt, right? And she sort of talked about what she wanted people to do in terms of creating Picrews and stuff.
do is agitate. I make people pay attention. Check his search history, T-girl, cuck, beta, his wife.
What is this corn cob meme? I totally missed this. What can somebody explain the corn cob meme? Toad Logic released a video on the Keffals situation. He said you got to give credit where credit is due. This is funny. She's triggering them. New gender just dropped. Corn cob. You just fed Archie his dinner? I don't think my health insurance covers cringe-induced injuries. My building has thin walls. I already torture my neighbors with my singing. Oh, I'm sure your singing's lovely. The corncob meme is from the drill. Oh my god. Why do I not follow drill? I think I do follow drill. I think I do.